Chapter 2386. I didn't expect this. When I heard about bodiless celestials, I thought we dragons might have bodiless celestials as well. I didn't expect there to be one. The bodiless celestials of the dragons are 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Why don't I feel happy when I find out we have a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from our dragon clan was forced to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy by the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. Who in the dragon clan wouldn't be angry or happy? Many members of the dragons discussed among themselves. They were surprised by the existence of a bodiless celestial among the dragons, and they were furious that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, had forced their bodiless celestial to kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. These members of the dragons were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials because they were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials. The dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland were divided into the outer clan and the inner clan. The outer tribes included all those below the eminent celestial stage in the dragon clan. Among these outer tribes, only a few high-ranking members knew about bodiless celestials and were aware that there were many bodiless celestials in the dragon clan. However, they were unaware that there were 2 types of bodiless celestials. The bodiless celestials of the dragons were divided into 2 types. One type was the bodiless celestials of the dragons, and the other type was the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects who were forcibly brought back to the dragons by the bodiless celestials. The dragons' residence was divided into 3 areas. One area was for the outer clan, the other was for the inner clan, and the last area was for the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects. From this, it could be seen that the inner clan of the dragons consisted of the bodiless celestials of the dragons. In the eyes of outsiders, the dragons only had one clan leader. In fact, there were 2 patriarchs in the dragon clan. One of them was the patriarch of the outer clan and was usually at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other patriarch was the patriarch of the inner clan and was in charge of all the bodiless celestials in the dragon clan. He was the true patriarch of the dragon clan. The leader of the inner clan of the dragons was usually the symbol of the strongest power of the dragons, and there was no exception in every generation. In this world, the strong were respected, and it was the same for dragons. Only the strongest loose immortals among the dragons would be able to obtain the support of a group of dragons and become the clan leader of the dragons. Di Chen actually kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of that Duan Lingtian. What a disgrace to us dragons! How spineless! When news of this spread to the dragons, not only was the outer clan shocked, but even the inner clan was shocked as well. When the bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons learned about Di Chen's spineless behavior, they began to mock Di Chen. If Di Chen refuses to submit, he'll still have a good reputation. However, he's a coward and will go down in infamy. Di Chen is a 7-clawed golden dragon from the imperial clan. How could he do such a thing? Not only is he a disgrace to himself, but he's also a disgrace to us dragons. If it were him, he would have just killed himself. How would he have the guts to come back? Shh. Keep your voices down. If the Supreme Elder hears you, you'll be in deep trouble. When the bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons mentioned Di Chen's father, the Supreme Elder of the inner clan of the dragons, they fell silent. There were only 3 Supreme Elders in the inner clan of the dragons. Apart from the clan leader of the inner clan of the dragons, the 3 Supreme Elders were the most powerful people in the inner clan. The Supreme Elders had a lot of power in the inner clan. They could even execute 1 or 2 bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons without reporting to the clan leader. Therefore, everyone became silent when they heard that Emperor Chen's father was one of the Supreme Elders of the 9 great sects. In the inner clan of the dragons, there was a large courtyard in a valley that was filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming. This was the residence of the 7-clawed divine dragon, Di Chen. At this moment, in the spacious room at the back of the courtyard, there was a person sitting cross-legged on the bed. The other person was standing in front of the bed, looking at the former with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The person sitting in front of the bed was none other than Di Chen. The person standing in front of the bed was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His eyebrows were 60 to 70% similar to Emperor Chen's. In fact, The outline of his face seemed to have been carved from the same mold as Emperor Chen's. If the other members of the inner clan of the dragons were here, they would recognize the middle-aged man immediately. The middle-aged man was none other than Di Huan, the supreme elder of the inner clan of the dragons. He was also Di Chen's father. Father, I can't help it. Suddenly, Di Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His face was pale as he looked at Di Huan, who was standing in front of the bed. He said unwillingly, "That obsession. I can't suppress it. Perhaps, it's only when that Duan Lingtian is dead that my obsession can be removed." Di Chen's voice was low when he reached the end of his sentence. His eyes gleamed coldly. Duan Lingtian. A hint of killing intent flashed in Di Huan's eyes when he heard Di Chen's words. An aura swept out of his body, causing the furniture in the room to shake. "Father, kill him for me. I want him dead. I want him dead." Di Chen growled as he looked at Di Huan. Apart from anticipation, there was only desire in his eyes. He would not be able to rest until Duan Lingtian was dead. His obsession would not be removed. Di Huan's eyes flickered a few times before he said hesitantly, "Chen I know you can't wait to kill that Duan Lingtian." However, a few years ago, the Patriarch had already asked Elder and to investigate if Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Father really wants to kill him to vent the hatred in your heart. However, if I kill him, I'm afraid the Patriarch will. Di Huan did not finish his sentence since he knew his son understood what he meant. "Father." Di Chen cried out anxiously when he heard Di Huan's words. "Half a year. I only have half a year left. My bodiless celestial tribulation will arrive in half a year. At that time, if my obsession is still there, I'll definitely die. I'll definitely die." "Don't tell me. Father, are you going to watch as I perish from the bodiless celestial tribulation because of my obsession?" Di Chen's expression was filled with reluctance. However, a hint of hope flashed in his eyes as he continued to say, "The Patriarch has already confirmed that Duan Lingtian is a nine-clawed dragon warrior. As for the Patriarch, he hasn't confirmed whether Duan Lingtian is a nine-clawed dragon warrior or not. Regardless of whether he's a nine-clawed dragon warrior or not, as long as you kill him and destroy his corpse, the Patriarch won't do anything to you even if he finds out you're the one who killed him. Moreover, it's perfectly justifiable for you to kill him. Even the Patriarch has no reason to stop you." Di Chen continued to say. Di Huan's eyes lit up when he heard Di Chen's words. They were like two bright stars in the night sky. They shone brightly, indeed. His son was right. Currently, their Patriarch was still unsure if Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior or not. If he killed Duan Lingtian and destroyed his corpse, the dragons would not be able to do anything to him even if they found out. Moreover, he had a good reason to kill Duan Lingtian for his son. Those involved are often confused. Di Huan thought to himself. At this moment, Di Huan realized the reason he was hesitant was because of the Patriarch's imposing aura that constantly affected him. Although he was a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial, one of the strongest powerhouses in the dragon clan, and his strength was not inferior to the other two supreme elders, he was nothing compared to the Patriarch of the dragon clan. If the Patriarch wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. It was precisely because of this that he subconsciously did not dare to have any thoughts of going against the Patriarch. After all, if he were to kill Duan Lingtian, it could be considered as going against the will of the Patriarch to a certain extent. "Chen I'll leave the dragons and look for Duan Lingtian to avenge you," Di Huan said as he looked at Di Chen affectionately. "Father." Di Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Although he was happy, he did not forget to remind his father, "Father, when Duan Lingtian defeated me, his strength is comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I'm not sure if his true strength is comparable to a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial or not." When Di Chen reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. "I've already thought of this," Di Huan said. "For this reason, I plan to ask your Uncle Ju and Uncle Qin to accompany me to look for Duan Lingtian to avenge you. Unless Duan Lingtian is as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he'll definitely die. Moreover, it's impossible for him to possess the strength of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang from back then, You should know that according to the records left behind by our ancestors, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fight a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial because he accidentally entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Di Huan finished speaking in one breath. Uncle Qin. Di Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Di Huan's words. He knew Uncle Qin was not an ordinary person. Uncle Qin was even stronger than his father. He was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian, I don't believe you won't die if an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial makes a move. Emperor Chen laughed like a madman for a while. His tone was full of joy. A month later, on a nameless snow-capped mountain in the northern region, the temporary estate of the 7 Absolutes sect welcomed back the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, and Han Xuanai, the successor of the Red Dust progeny. It was supposed to be a good day for Duan Lingtian to reunite with his old friends. However, Han Xuanai brought back 2 pieces of bad news one after another. Jiyu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute, Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute. Chapter 2387. How could this be? How could this be? After the old prophet learned about the death of the current successors of the 3rd Absolute, the Kratos progeny, and the 4th Absolute, the Dark Shadow progeny, from Han Xuanai, the old prophet's face turned pale. His eyes were lifeless as though he had lost his soul. Ever since he set up the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, he could no longer predict the fates of the successors of the 6 Absolutes. However, it did not cross his mind. The current successors of the 7 Absolute sect's 1st Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, and the Dark Shadow progeny, had died one after another when the current successors of the 7 Absolute sect's 1st Absolute, the 7 Absolute sect's 1st Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, and the 7 Absolute sect's 7 Absolute sect were about to gather. In other words, the gathering of the 7 Absolutes had turned into a huge joke. Senior Uncle Tianji, and Master, she's dead as well. When Han Xuanai spoke again, 2 streams of tears fell from her red eyes uncontrollably. The moment the tears appeared, it was like a broken dam that could not be stopped. What? Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets' body trembled. His previous absent-mindedness was swept away and he regained his senses. He looked sharply at Han Xuanai and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? How did your master die?" The Oracle man could not accept the fact that Jiyu Li and Yu Wu Ying had died. However, Han Xuanai's words were like adding oil to the fire. It made the Oracle man even more uncomfortable. Who did this? Don't tell me it's Zhuangzi Buddhism and the people from Heaven Divination sect. The Oracle man continued to ask. His originally cloudy eyes were not only shining brightly, but they were also filled with anger. It was as though flames were burning in his eyes. I don't know, Han Xuanai said with a pained expression on her face. Before Master died, apart from telling me that Jiyu Li and Yu Wu Ying had died, she also reminded me to be careful when I see Brother Ling Tian. It seems like the person who killed Master was looking for Brother Ling Tian. Because Master didn't cooperate, that person killed Master. Moreover, Master also said that the person who killed Jiyu Li and Yu Wu Ying was the same person. Master didn't know who that person's identity. However, she could tell that the person was a bodiless celestial, a very powerful bodiless celestial. When Han Xuanai finished Yu Wu's Yu and Yu Wu Ying, Yu Huan Yu and Yu Yu Shui accompanied by 2 simultaneous exclamations of surprise, 2 extremely beautiful women with graceful figures flew forward and helped Han Xuanai up from the left and right. These 2 women were none other than Ke and Feng Tianwu. Currently, not only were Ke and Feng Tianwu present, but even Duan Lingtian was present as well. From beginning to end, he had been quietly listening to Han Xuanai's words. Since his a bodiless celestial, he should have nothing to do with Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. After hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and spoke in an extremely low tone. Whether it was Zhuangzi Buddhism or the Heaven Divination sect, he knew there were no bodiless celestials. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with rage as he said through gritted teeth, "Since they're here for me, it can only be them." Them. The oracle man was stunned. Master, do you think it's the dragon's men? Chen Yi'er, who was standing at the side, could not help but speculate when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Who else could it be other than them? Duan Lingtian sneered as the flames of anger in his eyes burned even brighter. Jiyu Li was his senior brother, and he had a close relationship with him. However, Duan Lingtian had been killed. Moreover, it was highly likely that he had something to do with Jiyu Li's death. As for Yu Wu Ying and the previous successor of the Seven Absolute Sect's Red Dust progeny, who was also Han Shuanai's master, although they did not have much interaction with him, they were still members of the Seven Absolute Sect. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he was the cause of their deaths, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Dragons. Upon hearing Chen Yi'er's words and Duan Lingtian's confirmation, everyone present, including the oracle man, Ke, Feng Tianwu, Han Shuanai, and Nangong, widened their eyes in shock. Although not everyone knew the three great sects were supported by the dragons and the phoenixes, they knew that there were bodiless celestials among them. Among the dragons, there were bodiless celestials. Previously, Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, had knelt and kowtowed to the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. However, Di Chen's appearance was undoubtedly a declaration to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were bodiless celestials among the dragons. Moreover, Di Chen's threat to Duan Lingtian in the Zoroastrianism's estate had spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, the world learned that there were bodiless celestials among the dragons. There were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons. You're saying the people who killed Xuanai's master, Jiyu Li, and Yu Wu Ying are from the dragons? The people from the dragons did that because of Di Chen and wanted to look for you. However, the 3 of them refused to cooperate and were killed. Although the oracle man's cultivation base was nothing compared to the others, his experience was not something the others could compare to. It was easy for him to figure out many things from Duan Lingtian's words. I can't be completely sure, but I'm more than 90% sure that Emperor Chen is involved in the deaths of those 3 people, Duan Lingtian said coldly. The 3 of them were either killed by Di Chen or Di Chen's father. The latter is more likely. After all, that Emperor Chen won't dare to swagger out and look for me since he knows that he's no match for me. Although Duan Lingtian was merely making a guess, his words left no room for doubt. Big brother Ling Tian. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Shuanai looked at Duan Lingtian with a pained expression. Her eyes were filled with hope as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. You have to avenge my master. You have to avenge my master. At this moment, Han Shuanai was completely covered in tears. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. Thinking back to when they first met, Han Shuanai was still a carefree young girl. But now, he was suffering the pain of losing his parents. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Dragons, Duan Lingtian, will remember this. Duan Lingtian had made up his mind to avenge Jiyu Li and his 2 companions after they had died in the hands of the dragons. It was not only because he was friends with one of them, but it was also because he was the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, and the 3 of them were members of the Seven Absolute Sect. As the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, naturally, he could not let his sect members die in vain. Even if the dragons were a tiger's den, he had to give it a try. Although he wanted to avenge Jiyu Li and his 2 companions, he could not wait to kill the dragons. However, he knew this was not the case. If he were to kill the dragons, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Put aside Di Chen's father, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was no match for him. However, there was a possibility that there was an even more powerful existence in the dragon race apart from Emperor Chen's father, for example, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestia. Junior Uncle Prophet. Duan Lingtian looked at the oracle man and said in a deep voice, I want to enter the Sword Saint secret zone now. Junior Uncle Prophet, please give me the key to open the Sword Saint secret zone. The Sword Saint secret zone was, without a doubt, his only chance to kill the dragons and avenge Jiyu Li and his 2 companions. Although he had comprehended the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the heart and sword amalgamation, and his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was extremely difficult to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there might be 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons who were even stronger than 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. According to the Oracle Man, the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. As long as he entered the Sword Saint secret zone and obtained the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, the founding ancestor of the 7 Absolute sect, there was a high chance he would be able to catch up to Senior Feng Qingyang's strength. In the past, Senior Feng Qingyang was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. Senior Feng Qingyang doesn't know any assist-type divine abilities like the elementary devouring tactic. Even Junior Uncle Prophet didn't expect me to be as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after comprehending the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. In other words, even if I'm weaker than Senior Feng Qingyang after obtaining the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang, I'll still be stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang if I use the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This was the thought that had appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind after he had spoken to the Oracle Man. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. In his opinion, as long as his luck wasn't bad after he entered the Sword Saint secret zone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat the Dragon Clan when he came out. Let's wait for another 3 months. If that girl doesn't return in 3 months, we won't wait for her anymore. At that time, I'll give you the key, and the few of you will enter the Sword Saint secret zone, the Oracle Man said after a moment of silence when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 2388. Jiyu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, has died. Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, has died. When these 2 pieces of news spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland, the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland was in an uproar again. It was as though an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. Heavens! There are only 8 successors in the current generation of the 7 Absolute sect, and 2 of them have died. Who did this? Aren't they afraid of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, seeking revenge? Could it be someone from the 3 great sects? It's possible. Since Zoroastrianism has bodiless celestials, it's impossible that the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect don't have any. Moreover, the dragons who are slightly weaker than the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. If the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger, they might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, none of the people who spread such rumors were bodiless celestials. This was because only bodiless celestials knew that the 3 great sects of the 9 Dragons sect were extremely powerful. The 3 great sects were not a match for the dragons. Moreover, there were no bodiless celestials in the 3 great sects. As for the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, Li Bing, who had appeared in the Zoroastrianism previously, he was merely a bodiless celestial who had returned to the Zoroastrianism to flaunt his prowess. Unfortunately, Li Bing had failed and was killed by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. This matter must have been done by someone from the Dragon Clan. A month ago, I heard that Duan Lingtian forced Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and kowtow. I knew that Duan Lingtian and the entire 7 Absolute sect would be in trouble. Dragons are a race that values their dignity more than anything else. My thoughts back then were similar to yours. Now, the facts have undoubtedly verified our thoughts. The 7 Absolute sect is truly unlucky. The 7 Absolute sect has lost the successors of 3 Absolutes and 4 Absolutes in one go. This is truly a heavy blow. Right now, Duan Lingtian, the leader of the 7 Absolute sect, must be mad with rage. So what if I'm mad? Unless he has the strength to suppress all the dragons. Otherwise, he can't do anything. Suppressing all the dragons is easier said than done. It said that the clan leader of the dragon's inner clan might still be alive. If he's still alive, I'm afraid nobody in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland would be a match for him, right? These were the opinions of the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. They knew much more than ordinary people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. Heaven Divination Sect. The successors of the third and fourth absolutes of the seven absolute sect are all dead. Moreover, many people are suspecting that the Heaven Divination Sect is the culprit. Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination Sect, was confused when he heard the rumors. After a moment of confusion, a wave of panic and fear washed over him. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the seven absolute sect, doesn't really think that someone from the Heaven Divination Sect killed his disciples, right? When Mo Xian thought of this, there was only fear in his heart. The Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect. Our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect is stronger than the dragons. 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he heard the rumors. If there's a bodiless celestial in our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, how could I not know about it? As for the dragons, I used to think that our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect is stronger than them. Now, even if they send out a 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial to suppress our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect would have no choice but to admit defeat. Lang Qianjin was so angry that he almost threw up blood. He was speechless and felt wronged. However, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, wouldn't be so foolish as to believe the rumors and think that someone from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect killed Jiyu Li and Yu Wuying. Lang Qianjin could not help but feel anxious when he thought of this. Soon after, Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination Sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, announced to the entire Dao Martial Saintland in unison. From today onward, the Heaven Divination Sect will no longer be enemies with the Seven Absolute Sect. People from the Heaven Divination Sect will have to take a detour when they encounter people from the Seven Absolute Sect. From today onward, the Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect is willing to put aside the enmity between us and the Seven Absolute Sect. As long as the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, Duan Lingtian, says the word, the Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect is willing to offer a large number of quasi-celestial grade saint stones as compensation. When the two great sects made such a statement, it was only natural that it shocked everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. Could it be that our previous speculation was wrong? The deaths of Jiyu Li and Yu Wuying have nothing to do with the Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect and the Heaven Divination Sect. If it has nothing to do with the Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect and the Heaven Divination Sect, could it be Zoroastrianism? It's impossible for Zoroastrianism sect to do that. Although the Zoroastrianism sect leader, Gan Yu Yang, left the Zoroastrianism sect, Gan Yu Yang still hasn't removed the rule of not being enemies with the Seven Absolute Sect. In other words, the deaths of Jiyu Li and Yu Wuying have nothing to do with Zoroastrianism? If that's the case, there's only one possibility left. Jiyu Li and Yu Wuying were killed by the dragons. As for the dragon's motive, it's most likely related to the incident where Di Chen, the 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the dragons, was humiliated by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. That should be the case. As the Heaven Divination Sect and the Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect made their statements, the attention of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland shifted to the dragons. If the deaths of the 2 successors of the Seven Absolute Sect had nothing to do with the 3 great sects, it could only mean that the dragons had something to do with it. Only the dragons had the motive to do that. They're not stupid. They actually suspected the dragons. The Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect and the Heaven Divination Sect have admitted defeat in front of the Seven Absolute Sect. If they still can't figure out that the dragons are the culprits, they're really stupid. Many bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland shared similar sentiments when they began to suspect the dragons for the deaths of the 2 successors of the Seven Absolute Sect. In the eastern region, in the 100,000 mountains. The dragon's estate. In the inner clan. Father, how did things get out of hand? I'm afraid Lord Patriarch has already guessed that the deaths of the successors of the third and fourth absolutes of the seven absolute sect have something to do with us. If he intervenes, how are we going to kill Duan Lingtian? Di Chen looked at his father worriedly. He was not worried that the Patriarch would come looking for trouble with his father over the deaths of the two successors of the seven absolute sect. No matter what, his father was the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. His status was lofty. He was worried that the Patriarch would intervene when he found out they were going to kill Duan Lingtian. He would order them not to kill Duan Lingtian before he found out if Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. If the Patriarch gave such an order, then no matter how bold the father and son duo were, they would not dare to act rashly against Duan Lingtian. If his father dared to disobey the Patriarch's order, the Patriarch would definitely be enraged. At that time, the Patriarch would most likely kill his father out of consideration for his own dignity. I didn't expect the two successors of the seven absolutes sect to be so stubborn. They would rather die than tell me where Duan Lingtian is. Even the previous successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect, would rather die than submit. At this moment, even Di Chen's father, Di Huan, could not help but frown. He felt that things were getting out of hand. At the same time, he regretted killing the two successors of the seven absolutes sect in a fit of anger. At that time, he had only wanted to find out where Duan Lingtian was. However, the two successors of the seven absolutes sect refused to obey him. Naturally, he had killed them out of anger. After all, in the eyes of a seven tribulation bodiless celestial like him, the two successors of the seven absolutes sect were as insignificant as ants. He did not expect this matter to escalate to such an extent that it might even alert the Patriarch of the Dragons. While Di Huan was frowning, he seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly lifted his hand and took out a jade slip. At the same time, an invisible ray of light flew over from afar and merged into the jade strip. It caused the jade strip to flicker and emit a rich light. Soon after, the light gradually withdrew and disappeared. Crack! Di Huan immediately crushed the jade token in his hand. Almost at the same time as Di Huan crushed the jade slip, a voice resounded in the air and clearly entered their ears. Supreme Elder, the Patriarch of the Dragons was killed by the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, with the heaven-defying art of cursing. Currently, the entire clan is in chaos. When Di Huan and Di Chen heard this, they were stunned for a moment. After a while, they regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. How dare the seven absolute sect? How dare they kill the Patriarch of the Dragons? Isn't the seven absolutes sect afraid of being annihilated by the dragons? The Patriarch that Di Huan and Di Chen had mentioned earlier was, naturally, the Patriarch of the Outer Clan. The Patriarch of a foreign clan was only the spokesperson of the Dragon Clan. Since he was not even an eminent celestial, the Dragon Clan would not even mention him. Even the Patriarch of the Outer Clan would have to respectfully address the Patriarch of the Outer Clan. However, when the Patriarch of the Outer Clan was killed, the father and son were furious. Although the cultivation level of the leader of the foreign clan was nothing in the eyes of the Dragon Clan, however, he was the spokesperson of the entire Dragon Clan to the outside world. Chapter 2389. The Patriarch of the Dragons is dead. The Patriarch of the Dragons was killed by the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect. In the past, the death of the Patriarch of the Dragons would not have caused much of a commotion. However, the current dragons were not the same as before. This was because the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land knew that the three sects were more powerful than the current dragons. This was because there were not only bodiless celestials among the dragons, but there were also the strongest bodiless celestials among the dragons. Seven tribulation bodiless celestials. The current seven absolute sect was so powerful that even the three great sects had to bow down to them. However, the dragons were not afraid of the seven absolute sect at all. This could be seen from the fact that the dragons had killed two of the current successors of the seven absolute sect. The people from the seven absolute sect are too bold. That's the Patriarch of the Dragons. She actually killed him with a curse. That's not right. There are 7 tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons. Their patriarch should be quite strong. How could he be killed by the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect? I think something is amiss as well. Is it possible that the patriarch of the dragons isn't a bodiless celestial? Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland were shocked by the news of the patriarch of the dragons being killed. However, not long after they voiced their doubts, they found out the answer to their questions. The answer came from the dragons. The patriarch of the dragons is the patriarch of the outer clan. He's the representative of the dragons. His cultivation base is only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the patriarch of the outer clan, there's also the patriarch of the inner clan. The patriarch of the inner clan is the strongest person among the dragons. He's so strong that even Di Chen's father, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, can't compare to him. When the news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland, it caused an uproar in the upper province. There were actually 2 patriarchs among the dragons. The patriarch of the dragon clan was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could it be possible that the patriarch of the dragon clan was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Within the dragon clan, there was another clan leader. He was the inner clan leader. Does this mean the inner clan patriarch of the dragons is at least an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Heavens! The dragon clan actually had an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Apart from 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were the strongest in the mundane realms. In the history of the Dao Martial Saintland, 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were extremely rare. That's right. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial represents the glory of an era. Therefore, it's basically impossible for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to exist in our era. Although most people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland did not think there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this era, they were still shocked when they learned the inner clan patriarch of the dragons was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestia. While the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland were still shocked by the fact that there was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons, another announcement was made among the dragons. Those who provide the whereabouts of the members of the 7 Absolutes sect to the dragons will be handsomely rewarded by the dragons. From today onward, the dragons will fight the 7 Absolutes sect to the death. When the announcement made by the dragon clan spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland, it caused a huge commotion. The dragons are furious. At this moment, everyone realized the dragons were furious. The dragons were furious. The current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had killed the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan. It's understandable. Although the cultivation base of the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan is nothing compared to the dragons, he's still the representative of the dragons. Killing him is equivalent to slapping the 7 absolutes sect in the face. That's right. The death of the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan is undoubtedly a humiliation to the dragons. This is the only way for the dragons to regain their dignity. Only by annihilating the 7 absolute sect will the dragons be able to wash away their humiliation. The 7 absolute sect is doomed. Many people sighed. They thought the 7 absolute sect was doomed. However, there were some people who did not think so. The 7 absolute sect is doomed. I don't think so. Don't forget that the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, Duan Lingtian, is not someone to be trifled with. That's right. Up until now, Duan Lingtian has only displayed strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who knows if he has unleashed his full strength or not? After all, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was only an eminent celestia. Duan Lingtian is the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Although he's not as strong as Feng Qingyang, I'm afraid he's not too far off. I'm afraid there are only a handful of dragons who can defeat him. These people felt that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not as simple as it seemed when he defeated Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon's clan. In the eastern region, at the Dragon's residence in the 100,000 mountains. Father, Lord Patriarch has yet to come out of his closed-door cultivation. You've even announced that the dragons will fight to the death with the 7 Absolute sect and spread the news to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Will the Patriarch blame you when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation? Di Chen asked worriedly as he looked at Di Huan. Chen, don't worry. Di Huan smiled as he shook his head. Then, his eyes narrowed as he said, even if the Patriarch comes out of his closed-door cultivation and learns about this, he won't let the 7 Absolute sect go. Moreover, I've obtained Elder Shang's permission to issue this order. Lord Patriarch has said that as long as 2 of the 3 Supreme Elders agree, they can deal with the dragons while he's in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, I'm only acting according to Lord Patriarch's orders. A hint of cunning flashed in Di Huan's eyes when he finished speaking. You're wise, father. Di Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Di Huan's words. The worry on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. So, to a certain extent, we should thank the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. If it weren't for her, the dragons wouldn't have to go against the 7 Absolute sect. The smile on Di Chen's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. Indeed, we should thank that girl. However, that girl is capable of using the heaven-defying art of cursing to kill the Patriarch of the Dragons. She's not easy to deal with. After all, the Patriarch of the Dragons is not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His comprehension of heaven and earth is close to reaching its limit. He's only a step away from triggering the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Di Huan nodded. So what? She's just a little girl who hasn't even become an eminent celestial. Di Chen said disdainfully, so what if she's an eminent celestial? Let alone a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, she might not even be able to defeat an ordinary 3 tribulation bodiless celestia. There's only one successor of the fog rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. When Di Chen reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but recall the current successor of the fog rain progeny, Duan Lingtian. His eyes could not help but widen in rage. Flames of anger burned in the depths of his eyes. It was as though they were capable of incinerating everything. Duan Lingtian had humiliated him so much that he did not dare to leave his cultivation place. If he left now, the other members of the dragons would definitely look at him strangely. Earlier, when he had kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy, not only had he humiliated himself, but even the members of the dragons felt that he had humiliated the dragons. Previously, as the only son of Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, although he could not summon the wind and rain, there were not many dragons who dared to offend him. However, he had been reduced to a state where he did not even dare to leave his cultivation place. This is all because of Duan Lingtian. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Emperor Chen's eyes blazed with anger. The obsession in his heart had become increasingly intense. He couldn't let go of it. At this moment, Di Huan's expression changed when he noticed Di Chen's strange behavior. When he was certain Di Chen's obsession had grown so strong that it was almost impossible for him to let go, his eyes burned with hatred. There are only 3 months left. Chen-Er's bodiless celestial tribulation will come in 3 months. I must find Duan Lingtian and kill him in front of Chen-Er within these 3 months. Otherwise, Chen-Er's bodiless celestial tribulation is going to be a disaster. With this thought in mind, Di Huan left the dragons without saying goodbye to Di Chen. He could feel the urgency of the situation. After 2 months, Duan Lingtian and the others finally welcomed the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time meeting the successor of the Prophet progeny. The successor of the Prophet progeny was a woman dressed in white. She had an extraordinary aura. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Her waist-length hair cascaded down her back, like a waterfall cascading down 9 straight waterfalls. Although her face was covered by a white veil, it seemed as though her face was covered by a white veil. However, looking at the other half of her face that was flawless and seemed to have been carefully sculpted, it was not difficult to imagine that under the white veil, she was definitely not inferior to Kua and Tian Wu's peerless beauty. She stood there and did not move deliberately, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to seem to drop a few degrees. "Master, I'm back." The moment the white-clothed lady with a veil appeared, she looked at Elder Tianji and spoke in an ethereal and cold voice. Chapter 2390. It's good that you're back. A smile appeared on the oracle man's face when he saw his direct disciple had returned safely. He sighed in relief inwardly. He had learned about what his direct disciple had done in the dragons. While the actions of his personal disciple were indeed satisfying, he was also well aware of how dangerous it was. After all, the dragons were one of the two most powerful clans in the Dao martial Saint Lan. For this reason, he was overjoyed when he saw his direct disciple had returned safely. The old prophet was about to introduce Duan Ling Tian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, to his direct disciple when he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian, the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. Duan Ling Tian. Mu Yi, the oracle man's direct disciple and the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. She had called out Duan Ling Tian's name. It was obvious she had recognized him. What's going on? However, Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Mu Yi's greeting since he was not paying attention to her at all. When Mu Yi had first appeared, he had sensed a familiar aura from her. Even though this aura was very faint, he could still clearly sense it. However, he could not recall where he had come into contact with this aura. Apart from her own aura, there seemed to be 8 other auras on the successor of the prophet progeny. Including the aura I've come into contact with, there are 9 different auras on her. As an eminent celestial, although Duan Ling Tian's soul was not as strong as a bodiless celestial, it was much stronger than the successor of the prophet progeny. Therefore, he extended his divine consciousness and easily sensed the 10 auras on the successor of the prophet progeny. Among the 10 auras, the other 9 auras were intertwined with the strongest aura. It was the successor of the prophet progeny's aura. The condition of her body should be related to the cultivation method she cultivates, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. Brother Ling Tian, senior sister Yi is greeting you. Han Shu and I walked up to Duan Ling Tian and tugged on his sleeve. She reminded Duan Ling Tian. When she looked at the successor of the prophet progeny, Mu Yi, a hint of admiration could be seen in her eyes. It was as though she regarded Mu Yi as her idol. With Han Shu and I's reminder, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. He looked at Mu Yi and said, "I'm sorry, junior sister Yi. I sensed a familiar aura on you." Before Mu Yi had returned, Duan Ling Tian had heard the oracle man mention her more than once. He knew she was a rare heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the prophet progeny. She was so powerful that she was second only to him among the successors of the Seven Absolute sect's 7 Absolutes. Apart from that, he had also heard about how Mu Yi had cursed the patriarch of the dragons to death. For this reason, he had a good impression of Mu Yi before he met her. Then, do you remember where you came into contact with that aura? Mu Yi was not displeased by Duan Ling Tian's rudeness. Instead, she asked this question. Her question confused Duan Ling Tian. Where did he come into contact with that aura? Gasp. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and started to recall carefully. After recalling for a while, he really recalled it. Clarity City, Qiumu Qing. Clarity City was a city at the edge of the western region. Qiumu Qing was the young miss of the Qiu clan in Clarity City. Previously, before he went to Sin City in the central region, he had stayed in Clarity City for a few days. During those few days, he had gotten to know Qiumu Qing and helped her solve some problems. When Duan Ling Tian left Clarity City, he discovered Qiumu Qing seemed to have feelings for him. However, in his eyes, Qiumu Qing was only a passerby in his life. Perhaps, he would not have the chance to meet her again. He did not expect he would sense Qiumu Qing's aura on Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny. Moreover, it reminded him of what had happened in Clarity City. I've come into contact with that aura on a woman before. Her name is Qiumu Qing, and she's from a city called Clarity City at the edge of the western region. Duan Lingtian replied when he saw Mu Yiyi's serious expression. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he discovered Mu Yiyi's expression had changed. A hint of relief could be seen in Mu Yiyi's eyes. This made him even more puzzled. Why would there be such a change in Mu Yiyi's expression? She'll be very happy if she knows you still remember her. Mu Yiyi sighed. Mu Yiyi sighed faintly as she opened her mouth once again. Soon after, the invisible icy aura from her body was withdrawn. What do you mean? Upon hearing Mu Yiyi's words, Duan Lingtian could tell something was amiss. He asked solemnly, what happened to her? Although Qiu Mu Qing was only a passerby in his life, Duan Lingtian did not know her well. However, after spending a few days with Qiu Mu Qing, to a certain extent, he had considered her a friend. For this reason, he could not help but feel worried when he heard Mu Yiyi sighing when she mentioned Qiu Mu Qing. He knew something must have happened to Qiu Mu Qing. Qiu Mu Qing and the people around her were persecuted by a pervert on their way to Zoroastrianism. Mu Yiyi said slowly. Especially her, when she died. So much so that after her death, the scattered remnants of her soul were completely infected by the evil aura and gathered together once again, lingering for 3 days and 3 nights without dispersing. Mu Yiyi said slowly. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Mu Yiyi's words. Who did it? Do you know who did it? Duan Lingtian's voice was low and hoarse when he spoke again. A young man, Mu Yiyi sighed. A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Mu Yiyi's words. A cold aura surged out of his body. It was even colder than Mu Yiyi's. That person is stronger than you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Mu Yiyi and withdrew the cold aura he was emitting. Duan Lingtian, naturally, thought Mu Yiyi was present when Qiu Mu Qing was killed. She might have even watched as Qiu Mu Qing was killed. He was certain Mu Yiyi did not help Qiu Mu Qing because that person was stronger than Mu Yiyi. Otherwise, Mu Yiyi would not have helped Qiu Mu Qing. In his opinion, since Mu Yiyi was chosen by the Oracle Man to be his successor, she would not leave Qiu Mu Qing in the lurch. I only learned about this after I absorbed Qiu Mu Qing's soul fragment that was on the verge of dissipating after 3 days and 3 nights. I also saw some of her fragmented memories. Mu Yiyi sighed. Absorb soul fragments. Duan Lingtian frowned. That's a necessary process for a successor of the prophet progeny to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. The Oracle Man explained to Duan Lingtian, to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, apart from the requirement of innate talent, the successor of the prophet progeny has to find and absorb 9 ruthless soul fragments. That's the only way one can master the heaven-defying art of cursing and become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. After the elder of Tianji explained everything in one breath, he added, of course, the owners of those violent remnant souls cannot be harmed by the successor of Tianji when they were alive, because if their owners were harmed by the successor of Tianji, they would subconsciously resist the successor of Tianji absorbing them. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood after listening to the Oracle Man's explanation. Earlier, when he'd just found out about the existence of heaven-defying Tao cultivators, he'd been surprised by the heaven-defying curse that they possessed. It was simply a heaven-defying ability to kill, and it caused others to feel horrified just from hearing about it. At that time, he had wondered how such a heaven-defying technique could exist in this world. He did not expect it would be so difficult to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Apart from the requirement of innate talent, one had to find 9 ruthless soul fragments and absorb them. Do you remember what that person looked like? Duan Lingtian looked at Mu Yiyi again. His eyes were burning with rage as though they were on fire. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu Yiyi raised her hand and took out a portrait. This is the portrait I drew when I saw her memories. All these years, I've been looking for this person, but I haven't been able to find any clues. The owners of the 9 ruthless soul fragments that Mu Yiyi had absorbed had all been persecuted by someone. She had killed the person who had caused the deaths of 8 of them. The only person she had not been able to find was the person who had persecuted Qiu Mu Qing. Duan Lingtian looked at the portrait in Mu Yiyi's hand. The portrait depicted a young man with a medium build and a devilish expression. It's him. While Duan Lingtian was studying the young man in the portrait with a frown on his face, a cry of surprise rang in his ears again. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at the person who had exclaimed in surprise. This person was none other than Chen Yi Yu, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial standing behind Duan Lingtian. San Dao, you know him? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Chen Yi Yu. His voice was tinged with excitement. When Duan Lingtian heard Mu Yi had not been able to find any clues about the person in the portrait, he had thought it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 2391. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Chen Yi Yu did not dare to be negligent. Who's he? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. His name is Ding Yijian. He's a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like me, Chen Yi Yu said. That person's biggest hobby is women. As long as he sees a beautiful woman, he will want to possess her. 30 years ago, I couldn't stand his behavior, so I fought with him. After exchanging a few blows, there is no clear victor. They are evenly matched. So he's a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Mu Yi finally understood Chen Yi Yu's words. No wonder I couldn't find anything about him. She finally understood why she could not find anything about the person who killed Qiu Mu Qing even with the help of the Seven Absolute Sect's Red Dust Progenies Information Network. As it turned out, the culprit was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. It was only natural that she could not find anything about a four-tribulation bodiless celestial with the help of the Red Dust Progenies Information Network. After all, the Red Dust Progenies Information Network did not extend to the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Four-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, do you know where he usually stays? Based on my calculations, it's less than 100 years until the next bodiless celestial tribulation. If there's no accident, he should be in his cultivation place waiting for the next bodiless celestial tribulation. Chen Yi Yu said, and his place of cultivation is in the northern region. Take me there. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Ding Yijian cultivated in the northern region. After all, he had heard from Chen Yi Yu that most of the reclusive powerhouses, including bodiless celestials, lived in seclusion in the northern region. Even Nai Wu Tian, the powerhouse ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking, had lived in seclusion in the northern region before he ascended. Yes, Master. Chen Yi Yu replied respectfully. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the oracle man and said, Junior Uncle Prophet, I'd like to enter the Sword Saint secret zone after I avenge my friend. Duan Lingtian had made an agreement with the oracle man. As long as Mu Yi, the direct disciple of the old prophet and the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, returned, she would be able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. However, it seemed like they had no choice but to postpone their plan. Duan Ling the old prophet could understand Duan Lingtian's feelings, so he nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Ku Feng Tianwu, and the others before he led Chen Yi Yu away from the snow-capped mountain. They made their way north to the glacier in the northern region. The northern region was covered in snow all year round. In the north of the northern region, the entire land had turned into a glacier. Looking from afar, it was crystal clear. It set off the snow that was falling from the sky, forming a perfect world of ice and snow. There are quite a lot of people. Under Chen Yi Yu's guidance, Duan Lingtian saw many people as they made their way north. However, most of them were only at the Saint Celestial stage. Up until now, I've found more than a dozen people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. It's a good thing they haven't appeared yet. Otherwise, the Supreme Saint ranking would have changed again, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was also aware that ever since bodiless celestials were exposed, the Supreme Saint ranking had lost its authority in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were fewer and fewer people who talked about it. Even when people talked about it, they would criticize it or suggest it was a ranking of the bodiless celestials in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Master, this is one of the places where bodiless celestials gather in the northern region. It did not take long before Chen Yi Ayu's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and looked ahead. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw many spacious mansions in the middle of the ice and snow. Above these mansions, there seemed to be a layer of transparent light barrier that completely blocked out the snow that was falling from the sky. Ding Yijian's cultivation place is here. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Chen Yi Ayu's voice again. He swept his gaze across the mansions in front of him. Where's his cultivation place? It's here. Chen Yi Ayu said to Duan Ling Tian as he hovered above a spacious mansion. He looked down at the mansion below him. See if he's here, Duan Ling Tian said with a glint in his eyes. Currently, his divine consciousness was only at the level of an eminent celestial. It was impossible for him to probe a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. He might be able to detect Ding Yijian's presence, but if Ding Yijian attacked him with his divine consciousness, his soul would definitely be injured. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian asked Chen Yi Ayu to do it for him. Yes. Chen Yi Ayu replied respectfully as he extended his divine consciousness to check if Ding Yijian, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, was in the mansion. Elementary devouring tactic. While Chen Yi Ayu was probing Ding Yijian's cultivation place with his divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian did not remain idle. He cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and recklessly devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by Duan Ling Tian. What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly become so thin? Damn it! What's going on? With Duan Ling Tian as the center, the secluded powerhouses who were cultivating in the surroundings, including the place where the bodiless celestials were gathered, were all interrupted. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly disappeared and even became extremely thin. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to them who were cultivating. At the same time, they were puzzled. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? Just as the group of hermit experts were interrupted, Chen Yi Ayu's consciousness, which had enveloped the mansion beneath his feet, also received a response. Master, Ding Yijian is in his cultivation place. At the same time, Chen Yi Ayu greeted Duan Ling Tian. Chen Yi Ayu. A figure shot out of the mansion and shot up into the sky like a rocket. In just a blink of an eye, the figure appeared near Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yi Ayu. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when the figure in front of him completely revealed himself. Killing intent began to brew in his eyes as though it was about to burst out at any moment. This was because the person who had appeared before him was none other than the young man in the portrait Mu Yi had taken out. He was the one who had killed Chiu Mu Qing, Chem. The expression of the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, Ding Yijian, changed drastically when he saw Chen Yi Ayu standing behind the purple-clad young man who had used his divine consciousness to probe him earlier. This was because he had already guessed the purple-clad young man's identity. Currently, it was no longer a secret that Chen Yi Ayu, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, had acknowledged a powerful master. Even Duan Ling Tian had heard about it a long time ago. Chen Yi Ayu's master was Duan Ling Tian, the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. Duan Ling Tian's name had spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland due to the incident where he had forced Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kowtow and beg for mercy. Rumor had it that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. That was how he had forced Di Chen to kowtow and beg for mercy. Your sect leader Duan? For this reason, when Ding Yijian guessed the purple-clad young man's identity in front of Chen Yi Ayu, the anger he felt towards Chen Yi Ayu disappeared completely. Only anxiety and uneasiness remained. What a joke! Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, had strength comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people even said that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not just comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, was forced to kowtow and beg for mercy by Duan Ling Tian, let alone a mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is here to avenge Chen Yi Ru because of the conflict I had with him 30 years ago. In fact, even if Duan Lingtian ignored Ding Yijian's question, Ding Yijian had more or less confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Due to this reason, his heart was filled with anxiety. Sect leader Duan, when Ding Yijian saw Duan Lingtian looking at him coldly and ignoring him, he could not help but say, back then, Chen Yi Ru and I only had a small conflict. I'm willing to apologize to him and promise to avoid him the next time I see him. At this moment, Ding Yijian lowered his pride as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, all of this was due to Duan Lingtian's strength that had completely shocked him. It's Chen Yi Ru. At the same time, many bodiless celestials who had left their places of cultivation because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air noticed Chen Yi Ru, who was standing opposite Ding Yijian. Most of the bodiless celestials recognized Chen Yi Ru since he had cultivated here for a period of time. Chen Yi Ru is back. Is the purple-clad young man standing in front of Chen Yi Ru Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect? When the bodiless celestials recognized Chen Yi Ru, they saw him standing respectfully in front of a purple-clad young man. Chapter 2392. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, was the most popular person in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whether it was ordinary celestials or bodiless celestials, people were talking about him every day. For this reason, it was not difficult for the bodiless celestials to recognize Duan Lingtian after they recognized Chen Yi Ru. Why is Duan Lingtian here? Based on his actions, it seems like he came with Chen Yi Ru to look for Ding Yijian. As soon as he arrived, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings became thinner. Could the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy have something to do with him? I don't know. A group of bodiless celestials stood in the distance and discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. However, they did not dare to approach Duan Lingtian. Among them, the strongest person was a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was someone who could even force Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The few five-tribulation bodiless celestials among them knew they would not stand a chance against Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. Therefore, they could only keep a low profile in front of Di Chen. How could they, who were inferior to Di Chen, dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian? Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly under the watchful eyes of the others. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's killing intent surged out of his body. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless god of slaughter. His imposing aura was enough to pressure the bodiless celestials present on the scene. Bang! Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stomped his foot on the void. The void immediately cracked open, and dense crisscrossing cracks spread out like a spiderweb in the sky. When Duan Lingtian stepped forward, Ding Yijian was so shocked that his heart sank. Immediately, he lowered his head towards Duan Lingtian in shock and fear. Other than fear on his face, there was only reverence. Right now, Ding Yijian only had one thought in his mind. He hoped that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, would overlook the conflict between him and Chen Yi Ru in the past. Moreover, he and Chen Yi Ru didn't suffer any losses in the conflict back then. In his opinion, it was a small matter. Since he had admitted defeat, Duan Lingtian, as the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, would not do anything to him. However, Ding Yijian would never have thought that he would be so lucky. Duan Lingtian did not come to avenge Chen Yi Ru. Instead, he came to avenge one of the women he had killed. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had forgotten that he had once humiliated a woman named Qiu Mu Qing. However, Duan Lingtian was here for that woman. Bastard! As Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and saint origin surged out of his body, his eyes turned colder as he looked at Ding Yijian. Ding Yijian felt as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Although it was true that he was in a world of ice and snow, his cultivation base was not affected. However, with his cultivation base, he did not feel cold at all in this world of ice and snow. However, The coldness that came from Duan Ling Tian caused his heart to feel as though it had stiffened. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. It was like the blooming of a cactus. When Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, a solidified sword ray shot out from his palm. As soon as the sword ray left Duan Ling Tian's palm, it moved so fast that Ding Yijian did not even have time to react to it. It tore through the air like a flash of light. Before Ding Yijian could react, the sword ray was already inches away from him. No. When Ding Yijian finally regained his senses, the sword ray that came from Duan Ling Tian had already reached the space between his eyebrows. Ding Yijian only had time to cry out in his heart. In the next moment, spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Ding Yijian's glabella was pierced, and his soul was crushed. Although Ding Yijian was a bodiless celestial and his body was different from ordinary humans, his glabella was connected to his soul. Once it was pierced, his soul would be crushed as well. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian swung his sword, not only did it crush Ding Yijian's soul, but it also unleashed a wave of destructive energy that destroyed Ding Yijian's soul without leaving a trace behind. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Ding Yijian to survive. Crack, 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 crack. After his soul was obliterated, Ding Yijian's body was like the moon in the water. Once it was shattered, it perished between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of its existence. The entire place fell silent immediately. Among the bodiless celestials present on the scene, only the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had seen Duan Lingtian's sword ray clearly. It seemed as though the sword ray had come from outer space and could destroy everything. So this is the sword-wielding art, the third stage of the Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were shocked. Even if they did not die from Duan Lingtian's sword ray, they would be severely injured. If Duan Lingtian had attacked a few more times, they would not have been able to withstand it. It's said that when Duan Lingtian forced Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and beg for mercy, he had even used the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body and sword fusion. At that time, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Now, his strength is comparable to a peak 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Duan Lingtian had only used the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene knew they were not a match for him, let alone the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. After killing Ding Yijian, the killing intent that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body vanished without a trace. The sharp aura on his body had completely vanished as well. "You can rest in peace," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked in the southwest direction. Qiu Mu Qing had died in the western region in that direction. It seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. At this moment, the bodiless celestials present on the scene realized things were not as simple as they had thought. Initially, they had thought Duan Lingtian had stood up for Chen Yi'er because of the conflict between Chen Yi'er and Ding Yijian. However, Chen Yi'er did not suffer any losses in that matter. Logically speaking, Ding Yijian should have just admitted defeat. However, Duan Lingtian's shout of bastard coupled with his lightning-fast attack made them realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. Could it be, as bodiless celestials who cultivated in the same place as the bodiless celestials, they knew what kind of person Ding Yijian was. Therefore, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Let's return. At the same time, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Chen Yi'er before the two of them left. They disappeared from the bodiless celestial's sight in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian and Chen Yi'er left, they did not head south of the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary base. Instead, they headed east. Duan Lingtian only brought Chen Yi'er to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate in the southwest direction when he was certain they were out of sight and no one was tailing them. The reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he did not want to reveal where he was currently staying. After all, he and the entire 7 Absolute Sect had become a thorn in the side of the dragons. Since he was about to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, he did not want any unforeseen circumstances to arise before he entered the Sword Saint secret zone. As they made their way to the Sword Saint secret zone, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and focused on the Sword Saint secret zone. According to Senior Uncle Prophet, the other people who possess the keys to the Sword Saint Secret Zone have already used their keys. They're only missing the key in Senior Uncle Prophet's hand to open the Sword Saint Secret Zone. But I don't know who has the other keys. I wonder if there are any members of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, or the Devil Clan among those people. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, even the old prophet had no clue who the owners of the other keys were. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect that the Sword Saint Secret Zone would not be able to open the Sword Saint Secret Zone. In fact, the Sword Saint Secret Zone was not created and left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It was a Beyond Heaven secret zone that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had entered in the past by chance. At that time, Duan Lingtian had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to kill 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials and fight 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials with his cultivation base as an eminent celestial. Due to the long history of the 7 Absolute sect, the Oracle Man thought that the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had personally created and left behind the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Little did they know that the secret land was not created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It was just a secret land that Feng Qingyang had entered before. At that time, Feng Qingyang had used some tricks to obtain one of the keys to open the secret land. He had kept it until now. He had left the key for the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. At this moment, that successor had appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was not created and left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He was also unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. The Beyond Heaven secret zone that Duan Lingtian was about to enter was also the secret zone that Feng Qingyang had entered in the past. Each key was located in a different mundane realm. In other words, there was only one key in the mundane realm that Duan Lingtian was in. The second, third, and fourth keys were all in other mundane realms. Duan Lingtian was even more unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. One of the keys was located in the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's hometown, Earth, was located. Chapter 2393. The name of the Sword Saint secret zone was given to it by the members of the 7 Absolute sect later on. It was not given by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In short, the Sword Saint secret zone was the Beyond Heaven secret zone that Feng Qingyang had entered and obtained great fortuitous encounters. Everything in the secret zone had nothing to do with Feng Qingyang. It was not something Feng Qingyang could control. Whether Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain fortuitous encounters or dangers in the secret zone was not something Feng Qingyang could control. The only thing Feng Qingyang could provide was the key to the secret zone. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, he and the other members of the 7 Absolute sect thought the Sword Saint secret zone was created by Feng Qingyang and contained the legacy and other treasures left behind by Feng Qingyang. At the gathering place of the bodiless celestials that Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiyu had just left. Whoosh! Before the gathered loose immortals could disperse, a gust of wind blew and a person appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man who emitted an oppressive aura. Lord Di Huan. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial stepped forward and bowed respectfully at him. Lord Di Huan? At this moment, the other Bodiless Celestials shifted their attention to the middle-aged man. This is Lord Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. The 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who bowed respectfully said to the other Bodiless Celestials. Lord Di Huan? A commotion broke out among the Bodiless Celestials when they heard the 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials' words. Perhaps, they had not seen Di Huan before. However, they knew he was a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. Di Chen, the 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Dragons who was forced to kneel and beg for mercy by Duan Lingtian, was Di Huan's son. Greetings, Lord Di Huan. Greetings, Lord Di Huan. The group of bodiless celestials bowed respectfully at Di Huan when they learned the middle-aged man was Di Huan. It was not because he was a supreme elder of the dragons, but because he was a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Di Huan ignored the greetings of the bodiless celestials. He looked at the 5 tribulation bodiless immortal who bowed to him first and asked hastily, "Didn't you say Duan Lingtian is here? Where is he?" Di Huan's tone was unfriendly as he asked the question. Di Huan had come here after receiving the message from the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he could not find any trace of Duan Lingtian even though his divine consciousness had covered a large area. He felt as though he had been deceived. "Lord Di Huan, Duan Lingtian went east. I'm not as strong as him, so I didn't dare to follow him," the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial replied. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was afraid Di Huan would misunderstand his words, so he added, "Duan Lingtian was indeed here earlier and headed east. Everyone here can attest to this. I wouldn't dare to deceive you, Lord Di Huan." "Very good. If I manage to catch up to him, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." Di Huan's eyes flashed as he said this. Then, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before the group of bodiless celestials. How fast! So this is the speed of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? The group of bodiless celestials present on the scene were shocked when they saw Di Huan vanishing before their eyes. Although they were bodiless celestials, it was rare for them to encounter a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the circle of bodiless celestials, there were very few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Most bodiless celestials regarded them highly as well. When bodiless celestials saw a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or above, they would feel like they were on a pilgrimage to a god. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had made the right choice by taking a detour back to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate. Otherwise, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, would have caught up to them as soon as they left. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian used all his techniques, his strength was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He could not be compared to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial like Di Huan. If he were to face Di Huan head-on, he would be reduced to a fish on the chopping board, completely at Di Huan's mercy. At the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate on a nameless snow-capped mountain. "Junior Uncle Prophet, I've dealt with my matter. If there's no problem with the others, we can enter the Sword Saint secret zone now." As soon as Duan Lingtian returned, he could not wait to look for the Oracle Man. He was eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. The others that Duan Lingtian mentioned were, naturally, the successors of the other absolutes of the 7 Absolute Sect. Currently, the successors of the 3rd Absolute, the Kratos progeny, and the 4th Absolute, the Dark Shadow progeny, had died in the hands of the people from the dragons. There were only 6 successors left in the 7 Absolute Sect. They were Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi. All right. The old prophet could sense Duan Lingtian's eagerness to enter the Sword Saint secret zone as soon as possible. After replying to Duan Lingtian, he went to look for the successors of the various absolutes. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian received a message from the Oracle Man: "Depart immediately and look for a secluded place to enter the Sword Saint secret zone." Soon after, the group left the nameless snowy peak and headed northeast. Apart from Duan Lingtian and the successors of the absolutes, there were also the Oracle Man, Ke, Qing Hue, and Ganar Yu Yang. However, only Duan Lingtian and the successors of the absolutes were allowed to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Senior Prophet. On the way, Ganar Yu Yang looked at the Oracle Man and asked eagerly, "Can I enter the Sword Saint secret zone?" Only the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect can decide who can enter the Sword Saint secret zone. The Oracle Man glanced at Duan Lingtian and said. Ganar Yu Yang immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. No. Before Ganar Yu Yang could say anything, Duan Lingtian rejected her. According to the warning passed down in the 7 Absolute Sect, those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage shouldn't enter the Sword Saint secret zone. According to Senior Feng Qingyang's warning, those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage will most likely die if they enter the Sword Saint secret zone, the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was obvious he was trying to push Ganar Yu Yang away. Although Ganar Yu Yang's cultivation speed was fast and her cultivation base had improved, She had only just broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Yu Yang was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Disappointment was written all over her face. However, she did not say anything else. Now that Duan Lingtian had told her about the warning that had been passed down in the 7 Absolutes sect for generations, she did not dare to enter the Sword Saint secret zone even if he did. Those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would most likely die if they entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Although she wanted to enter the Sword Saint secret zone to search for fortuitous encounters, she dismissed the thought when she thought about how she would most likely die if she entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Compared to his life, those so-called fortuitous encounters were not worth mentioning at all. After all, her life was the most important thing. If she lost her life, she would lose everything. Master, can I enter? Chen Yi'ayu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an eager expression on his face. Junior Uncle Prophet said there's an age limit for those who can enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Only those below the age of 100 can enter. Duan Lingtian said, when the Sword Saint secret zone opens, try to see if you can enter. If you can enter as well. Who knows, you might be able to obtain some fortuitous encounters as well. Duan Lingtian had never been a stingy person. Although Chen Yi'ayu had not been with him for a long time, he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, so he did not doubt Chen Yi'ayu's loyalty. If Chen Yi'ayu could enter the Sword Saint secret zone, Duan Lingtian would definitely allow him to enter. Thank you, Master. Chen Yi'ayu thanked Duan Lingtian. His eyes lit up as though he had seen a ray of hope. He was relieved when he heard his master's words. It would be good if he could enter the Sword Saint secret zone. However, there was nothing he could do if he could not enter the Sword Saint secret zone. After all, he could not change his age just because he wanted to. Let's go here. As they traveled all the way towards the northeast, Duan Lingtian took a fancy to an ice mountain valley in the end. Based on the ice that formed the iceberg valley, one could tell it had been frozen for a long time. This ice had existed for quite some time. It was at least 1,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old. Moreover, the iceberg valley was surrounded by a thick white mist. From afar, it looked no different from snow falling from the sky. If an ordinary passerby didn't use their divine sense to investigate, they wouldn't be able to discover the location of this valley at all. This place is not bad. The oracle man looked around and nodded. He felt that Duan Lingtian had chosen a good place. The others did not have any objections as well. After they entered the iceberg valley, Duan Lingtian and the others' figures were concealed by the white mist. From the outside, it was impossible to tell they were in the valley. This box contains the key to the Sword Saint secret zone that has been passed down for generations in the 7 Absolute sect. When they arrived at the Ice Mountain Valley, the old prophet raised his hand and took out a black box before he passed it to Duan Lingtian. There's a restriction formation on the box. It said that it was left behind by Patriarch Feng Qingyang. It said that only the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, can open it. As for how to open it, I'm not sure. You can try. Chapter 2394. This box, after taking the box from the oracle man, Duan Lingtian discovered it was heavy. He did not know what material it was made of. Even when he passed the box to Chen Yi'ayu and asked him to open it with his strength as a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, it did not budge. Let alone opening it, there were no signs of it being opened at all. Master, there's nothing I can do. In the end, Chen Yi'ayu handed the box back to Duan Lingtian helplessly. When the box returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, the cracks in the void in front of him began to close. This was the result of him using his full strength just now. His power had shattered the space and left behind cracks in the void. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Duan Lingtian took the box, he immediately cast his assist-type divine ability to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to strengthen the energy in his body. Not only that, but he also cast the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as Duan Lingtian shot out a ray of sword chi from his palm toward the box. Kai, kai, kai. In just a blink of an eye, cracks appeared in the void in the wake of the sword chi. Moreover, the cracks were so large that it would take at least 15 minutes for them to close up. Duan Lingtian thought the box would not budge even if he cast an attack comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, since Chen Yi Ryu had attacked with all his strength. However, to his surprise, the sword chi that shot out of the box was not something he had expected. When the sharp sword light from his palm came into contact with the closed part of the box, it instantly melted away. The white sword aura turned into a white liquid at this moment, swirling around the closed part of the box. Crack! In the next moment, along with a soft sound, the box in Duan Lingtian's hand opened. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he came back to his senses and faintly realized what was going on. It seems like the formation on the box is closely related to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. I used the technique bestowed upon me by the Supreme Sword Dao mantra, the Sovereign Heart Sword. When I touched this box, I didn't even need to expend much effort to open it. At this time, no matter how slow Duan Lingtian's reaction was, he still reacted in time. Master, that sword strike of yours is only comparable to the attack of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? How did you open the box so easily? Chen Yi Ryu asked in disbelief. The others also looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. They didn't understand what was going on either. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than Chen Yi Ryu's, it was not much stronger. However, the difference between the two attacks was like heaven and earth. It's because of the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, the Supreme Sword Dao mantra, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Earlier, I used the technique bestowed upon me by the Sovereign Heart Sword to remove the restrictions on the box. As Duan Lingtian explained, he looked at the box that had been opened. There was a copper ball lying quietly in the box. The surroundings of the copper ball were engraved with some complicated patterns. It looked like a picture, but it also looked like some kind of text. All in all, Duan Lingtian was completely unable to discern whether the complicated veined patterns on it were patterns or words. Is this the key to the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Lingtian picked up the copper ball and looked at it carefully. He did not see anything special about the inscriptions. The gazes of the others also landed on the copper ball. Try to infuse your saint origin into it. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and infused his saint origin into the copper ball. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that the copper ball in the copper ball was not small at all. The copper ball was like an insatiable child as it greedily absorbed Duan Lingtian's saint origin. It only stopped when more than half of the saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body had been absorbed. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian noticed a strong repulsive force suddenly emitted from the copper ball, and it shook his hand away. Following that, the copper ball left Duan Lingtian's hand and floated in the air on its own. The inscriptions around the copper ball that looked like drawings and words lit up at this moment, dazzling and eye-catching. Apart from that, the light from the inscriptions around the copper ball became brighter as time passed. This is, just as the gazes of the others, including the old man of heavenly secrets, were attracted by the copper ball boom. A loud explosion reverberated in the air. In the next moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, felt as though they had been blinded by daylight. It was extremely dazzling, as though something had exploded. At the same time, a vast and gentle power slapped on their bodies, pushing them away. Although the group of people was pushed away, they were not injured. This was because the force was very gentle and did not possess any offensive power. It merely pushed them away. When they stopped and took a closer look, they discovered something else. At the place where the copper ball had been, there was now another black hole. The black hole that appeared out of thin air had a whirlpool revolving around it. It seemed to be maintaining the operation of the black hole that looked like a crack in the void. This was because the black hole did not show any signs of closing since it had appeared. Is this the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Lingtian and the others had the same thought when they saw the pitch-black hole that led to an unknown destination. Duanling Tian and the others' attention was attracted by the black hole in front of them that was the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone. At this moment, the black holes in the other mundane realms that were shrouded by a mysterious force had also returned to normal. This was because the mysterious force had disappeared without a trace. That's, the Beyond Heaven secret zone has opened. Heavens! After 30,000 years, the Beyond Heaven secret zone has finally opened again. The people in the mundane realms who discovered the black hole had returned to normal could not help but exclaim in surprise. These mundane realms included the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian was from in his previous life. The mundane realm Earth was located in was a vast universe. It was also a large mundane realm. There were countless planets and galaxies in it. Earth, on the other hand, was as insignificant as a speck of dust in this large mundane realm. However, many years ago, when Earth was still planet Yanghuang, although it was very small, it was one of the few cultivation planets in this large mundane realm. The so-called origin planet of cultivation referred to the earliest planets that relied on absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Back then, planet Yanghuang, as one of the planets where cultivation originated, had given birth to many cultivators. Among them were the various figures in the ancient myths and legends that Duan Lingtian had heard of in his past life, such as Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Neza, and so on. Later on, due to the increasing number of cultivators on planet Yanghuang, the heaven and earth spirit energy on planet Yanghuang rapidly dried up. At this time, the cultivators on planet Yanghuang began to migrate on a large scale. In the end, the number of cultivators on planet Yanghuang, which was also known as Earth, had dwindling heaven and earth spirit energy. Not only that, but the number of cultivators on planet Yanghuang also became weaker and weaker. Due to this reason, during Duan Lingtian's era, even a form-will martial grandmaster like him could do whatever he wanted in the world. The cultivators who migrated from planet Yanghuang, as well as the cultivators from several other planets of origin, also established their own orthodoxies in some planets and galaxies with rich world energy and left their own inheritances behind. The Celestial Masters sect was an ancient sect that had migrated from planet Yanghuang. The founder of the Celestial Masters sect was none other than Celestial Master Zhong from ancient myths and legends. Currently, the Celestial Masters sect controlled an entire galaxy. Its headquarters was located on a planet that was several times larger than Earth. The Beyond Heaven secret zone has opened. When the news spread to the Celestial Masters sect, the entire sect was shocked. It has been nearly 20,000 years since the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone appeared in our mundane realm and was used. After 20,000 years, the last key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone has finally appeared and been used. Only when all the keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone appear and are used will the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone be opened. This time, I hope the powerhouses of the Celestial Masters sect will be able to obtain great fortuitous encounters in the Beyond Heaven secret zone so that the overall strength of the Celestial Masters sect will be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the Celestial Masters sect isn't the only sect that knows about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In other words, the powerhouses from the Celestial Masters sect won't only have to face powerhouses from other mundane realms, but they'll also have to face powerhouses from the same mundane realm. After learning that the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened, the entire Celestial Masters sect was in an uproar. Currently, in the mundane realm where Earth was located, the Celestial Masters sect was not the only one who had learned about the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even the sectless cultivators from other forces had rushed to the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Chapter 2395. There were a total of 5 keys in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. They were located in 5 different mundane realms. As long as a key was found and used, the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone would appear. Naturally, before all the keys were found and used, the entrances and exits would be concealed by a mysterious energy. Due to this reason, it was impossible to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone through them. Only when all of the keys were used and the last entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone appeared would the mysterious energy above the other entrances and exits disappear. At that time, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would officially open. This time, The key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone that Duan Lingtian had used was the last key to appear and was used. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian used the key, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would open. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. In the northern region, in an iceberg valley shrouded in white mist, the Sword Saint secret zone is finally open. Our 7 Absolutes sect will regain its former glory. The Oracle man looked at the huge black hole in front of him with a pious and excited expression on his face. As the former successor of the Prophet progeny in the 7 Absolutes sect, he was the most senior person in the 7 Absolutes sect. He was excited when he saw the hope of the 7 Absolutes sect rising again. At the same time, he also hoped that the 7 Absolutes sect would regain its former glory when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was still alive. Now that the Sword Saint secret zone had opened and the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect, was about to enter, he could already see the 7 Absolutes sect rising to prominence. However, he was unaware that the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not big. The black hole in front of him was not the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone. Instead, it was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, everything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not left behind by Feng Qingyang, the founding ancestor of the 7 Absolutes sect. Moreover, the people from the 7 Absolutes sect were not the only ones who would enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were also powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms. Apart from that, the number of powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms was terrifying as well. There was once a mundane realm where the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone changed. When the Beyond Heaven secret zone officially opened, thousands of people swarmed into it. There was no lack of powerful bodiless celestials among these people. Sandao, we should arrive at the Sword Saint secret zone after we pass through this black hole. Senior Uncle Prophet said that according to the legend passed down in the 7 Absolute sect, those above the age of 100 are not allowed to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Why don't you try and see if the sayings passed down by our 7 Absolute sect are false? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Yi Yu and said, "Yes, Master." Chen Yi Yu nodded and flew out, arriving in front of the black hole. Standing in front of the black hole, he could clearly feel an oppressive aura. This aura came from the power that stabilized the black hole around it. He had a feeling that if his body rashly came into contact with these powers, he would directly turn into ashes and completely disappear from this world. It doesn't seem to reject me. When Chen Yi moved closer to the black hole, he did not feel any rejection. His courage grew as he leaned forward and touched the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, his hand had already touched the black hole. "Master, I should be able to enter the black hole. I can feel a suction force wrapping around my hand. It's getting stronger and stronger as though it's trying to suck me in." Chen Yi said to Duan Lingtian after his body was sucked into the black hole and only half of his body was left. "You can enter first." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was happy for Chen Yi. After all, as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be able to obtain many benefits from entering the secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. "Master, I'll wait for you inside." Chen Yi only managed to say these words before he was completely sucked into the black hole. The people present on the scene only regained their senses after Chen Yi was sucked into the black hole. Isn't it said that only those below the age of 100 can enter the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Lingtian's servant seems to be a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? He's an old freak who has lived for more than 5,000 years. If even he can enter the Sword Saint secret zone, who can't? Nangongyi said in shock. What's going on? The Oracle man was confused as well. According to the warnings passed down in the 7 Absolute sect, those above the age of 100 were indeed not allowed to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Moreover, this warning was not added by the disciples of the 7 Absolute sect. It was said that Patriarch Feng Qingyang had personally said it. Perhaps, there's no age restriction for bodiless celestials? At this moment, Duan Lingtian speculated, the most direct way to find out a person's age is to check the body before checking the soul. Perhaps, it's because bodiless celestials don't have a human body that they can bypass this restriction. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. The Sword Saint secret zone was actually the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It did not restrict bodiless celestials from entering. It only restricted those above the age of 100 who were not bodiless celestials. If one was not a bodiless celestial and above the age of 100, one would not be able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In other words, currently, those who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the various mundane realms were either powerful bodiless celestials or monstrous geniuses. After all, those below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone would most likely die. Duan Lingtian, the two of us will go in first. You should hurry as well. Nangong Yi bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he and Nangong Chen entered the black hole together. It was as though they had never been there. Junior Uncle Prophet, how long does the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone last? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Oracle Man. I heard it's 10 years. The Oracle Man replied. This was a saying passed down from generation to generation in the Seven Absolutes sect. It originated from ancestor Feng Qingyang of the Seven Absolutes sect. 10 years, upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Gan Yu Yang. Gan Yu Yang's eyes lit up when she heard the Oracle Man's words. Duan Lingtian turned to Gan Yu Yang and said, with your current innate talent, you'll be able to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in a year or two at most. At that time, you can decide if you want to enter or not. Although those at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above won't die in there, there's still a high chance of death. Duan Lingtian reminded Gan Yu Yang solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. Aren't the Nangong brothers at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage as well? If they can enter, why can't I enter after I've broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? I'll definitely enter once I break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, Gan Yu Yang said confidently. Miss Yu Yang. The Oracle Man looked at Gan Yu Yang and said, Sect leader is telling you this out of concern for your safety. As for the Nangong brothers, they're the successors of the Six Absolutes Gemini progeny. They have the responsibility of reviving the Seven Absolutes sect. Even if the path ahead is filled with danger, they'll still enter it. This is their responsibility, and also their mission, the Oracle Man said solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. After a while, the solemn expression on the Oracle Man's face faded. You're different. You have nothing to do with the Seven Absolutes sect. The Sword Saint secret zone is filled with danger. I suggest you don't enter it even if your cultivation base is at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who said I have nothing to do with the Seven Absolutes sect? Gan Yu Yang glanced at Kerr and said, the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect is my brother-in-law. As the sister of the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, I'm responsible for reviving the Seven Absolutes sect as well. I'll definitely enter the Sword Saint secret zone once my cultivation base is at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ever since Gan Yu Yang met the female disciples of the Seven Absolutes sect, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and Mu Yi Yi, the sense of superiority she had when she was in the Zoroastrianism had vanished. She had always had a strong personality. Now that there was a chance to change her fate, how could she miss it? The Sword Saint secret zone. It was the secret zone left behind by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fought against a 9 tribulation bodiless celestia. Throughout the history of the Dao Martial Saintland, it seemed like Feng Qingyang was the only one who was capable of doing this. How could she miss out on a chance to enter the secret zone left behind by such a person? You can enter if you want, but you must be careful. Duan Lingtian and Gan Yu Yang had known each other for a long time. Although they did not interact much, he knew Gan Yu Yang's character. Therefore, he knew it would be difficult to change Gan Yu Yang's mind. For this reason, he did not try to persuade her. However, he still reminded Gan Yu Yang. When the time comes, I'll enter with Yu Yang. At this moment, Gan Yu Yang's master, Qing Hua, spoke up. If he was alone, he would not be able to make up his mind to enter the Sword Saint secret zone even if his cultivation base was at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. At his age, he knew how precious life was. However, since his disciple, whom he treated like his own daughter, was going to enter the secret zone, he had to accompany her with his life. If his disciple had an accident inside and he didn't follow in, then even if he lived well, he would have to live in pain and regret for the rest of his life. At that time, he would think. Chapter 2396. Master, didn't you hear what he said earlier? If you're not a bodiless celestial, you shouldn't be able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone if you're older than 100 years old. Gan Yu Yang was touched when she heard her master's words. She could not help but remind her master. She believed Duan Lingtian's words. Guardian Lingtian, it's just a guess. Since Senior Sword Saint didn't restrict bodiless celestials whose souls are more than 100 years old, why would he restrict non-bodiless celestials whose bodies are more than 100 years old? Based on Qinghua's words, it was obvious he did not care about Duan Lingtian's guess at all. Since Qinghua was used to calling Duan Lingtian Guardian Lingtian, he continued to address Duan Lingtian as such. Duan Lingtian could not help but correct Qinghua when he heard Qinghua's words. Guardian Qinghua, why don't you think about it? Although Senior Feng Qingyang's strength was heaven-defying and could kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, his cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. In other words, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. How could he set up a formation to prevent bodiless celestials from entering if his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial? After all, a bodiless celestial's soul is made of a bodiless celestial's soul. Duan Lingtian added. Qinghua fell silent upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, Qinghua's eyes flashed as he said, "Since you say so, I'll give it a try. If the entrance of the Sword Saint secret zone rejects non-bodiless celestials who are more than 100 years old, I'm sure I'll be able to feel the resistance before I even touch it." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian and the others to reply before he flew toward the black hole in the sky. Qinghua instinctively wanted to stop as he approached the black hole. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the mysterious force around the black hole that had stabilized the black hole suddenly began to boil. Then, ripples spread out, slamming into Qinghua and sending him flying. Whoa! As for Qinghua, who had been sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood along the way, looking battered and exhausted. When Qinghua finally managed to stabilize himself, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the black hole floating in the air. "Master, are you all right?" Upon seeing this, Gan Yu Yang could not be bothered with anything else. She immediately went to Qinghua's side and asked worriedly, "I'm fine." Qinghua shook his head and smiled bitterly. "If I had believed Guardian Lingtian from the start, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Now, Bluefire was completely sure. Duan Lingtian was right. In fact, Duan Lingtian's guess and subsequent additions were just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. This was not the reason the Beyond Heaven secret zone's entrance and exit were restricted. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only found out the reason after he had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone for a while. At that time, he would feel embarrassed for the explanation he had given Qinghua. After all, it was all nonsense in front of the truth. As expected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain he had guessed correctly. "Brother Lingtian, you're really amazing. How did you figure it out?" Han Shu and I looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. Her eyes were filled with admiration. "Sect leader is really amazing." The oracle man chimed in. As for Ke, Duan Xiling, and Feng Tianwu, although they did not say anything, their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Xiling, in particular, had a hint of admiration in the depths of her eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had experienced many similar gazes in the past, he could not help but feel a little smug when faced with the admiring gazes from the surroundings. At this moment, even Mu Yi, the oracle man's direct disciple and the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in her eyes even though she did not look at him with admiration. In the past, she had thought that the current sect leader of the 7 absolutes sect, who had always been stronger than her, was merely lucky to be stronger than her. She did not expect this to happen. She did not expect the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect would be able to figure out the reason why the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone was restricted to those who were over 100 years old but not those who were over 100 years old based on ancestor Feng Qingyang's cultivation base. As the saying went, the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in high spirits. However, he did not know he was about to fall to his death. Junior Uncle Prophet, it's time for me to enter as well. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the Oracle Man as he said this. If there was someone who was most eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, it would undoubtedly be Duan Lingtian. Currently, there were 3 people who had entered the Sword Saint secret zone before Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was even more eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. However, before he entered, he still had to greet the Oracle Man go on. The Oracle Man nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he said with a hopeful expression on his face, I hope you'll be able to obtain the legacy left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang. If that's the case, with your current strength as a foundation, you'll be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Let alone catch up to ancestral master Feng Qingyang, you might even surpass him. There was a reason why the Elder of Heavenly Secrets said this. After all, even the Patriarch of the Seven Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang, was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was an eminent celestial with the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword amalgamation. However, the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect was also an eminent celestial. However, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial just by relying on the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart. In terms of potential, he was even more outstanding than ancestor Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial if he managed to obtain the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang in the Sword Saint secret zone. Unfortunately, the Oracle Man was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone did not exist at all. The black hole in front of him was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He was also unaware that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was filled with dangers. Apart from the dangers of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, one would also have to deal with the powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms. Previously, it was considered a miracle that Feng Qingyang managed to survive the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, Feng Qingyang was not the only person from the mundane realm who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were also some bodiless celestials from the dragons and phoenixes who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. However, none of the bodiless celestials had managed to come out. Duan Lingtian looked at his wife, and said, I'll leave Sai Ling in your care after I enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Go ahead, Brother Tian. Nodded. Be careful. All right. Duan Lingtian did not notice the change in Sai Ling's expression. In the depths of Kua's eyes, there was an unfathomable glint that flashed for an instant. It was as if a thought had popped up in his heart in an instant, and this thought could make him very excited. Sai Ling, I'll be leaving for a while. After I leave, you have to listen to your mother. Do you understand? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Duan Sai Ling affectionately. Daddy, Sai Ling has grown up. You don't have to talk to me like a child. I don't like it. Duan Sai Ling frowned playfully and said with a disdainful expression on her face. Ha ha, the Oracle Man and Qing Hua laughed. Even the other women, including Mu Yi Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny, could not help but laugh as well. In my eyes, you'll still be a child even after a few decades. Duan Lingtian said in annoyance after he regained his senses and chuckled. Xuanai, Tian Wu. Junior sister Yi Yi. At the same time, Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi Yi. It's time for us to enter. We don't know what will happen after we enter. I'm even wondering if we'll end up in the same place after we enter. However, regardless of whether we'll end up in the same place or not, we have to be careful. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he entered the black hole in a flash. The Oracle Man, Qing Xian, and Gan Yu Yang thought the 3 people who entered the black hole behind Duan Lingtian were Han Xuanai, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi Yi. Sister, Take good care of Sai Ling. A soft and pleasant voice rang in the air before Feng Tianwu and the other two women could make their move. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the woman who looked identical to Gan Yu Yang standing next to Duan Sai Ling Wush. The woman seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and disappeared before their eyes. It was as if she had never appeared. In the next moment, they subconsciously shifted their gazes to the black hole, only to find that there were circles of ripples spreading out from the black hole. This was enough to prove that someone had entered the black hole. Gan Yu Yang was completely stunned. She was stunned not because Ke had entered the Sword Saint secret zone after Duan Lingtian, but because of Ke's speed. From the beginning until the end, she could not even catch a glimpse of Ke. Chapter 2397. Sister Ke's speed is so fast. I can't even catch a glimpse of her. After Han Xuanai regained her senses, she said with a shocked expression. What? Even you can't catch a glimpse of her? The oracle man who had just regained his senses was shocked when he heard Han Xuanai's words. Initially, he was worried Ke, the sect leader's woman, would be in danger if she entered the Sword Saint secret zone recklessly. After all, in his opinion, Ke's cultivation base was, at most, slightly stronger than his. It was impossible for her to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. But now, it seemed like he was completely wrong. Han Xuanai, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, she could not even catch a glimpse of the sect leader's wife. What did this mean? After all, no matter how powerful a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of their movements. Unless she's already an eminent celestial. The oracle man's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Only an eminent celestial would be able to completely disappear from the sight of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Han Xuanai if they moved at full speed. I can't catch a glimpse of Sister Ke as well. Feng Tianwu chimed in while the oracle man was still in shock over the possibility of Ke's cultivation base being an eminent celestial. The oracle man was dumbfounded. In the 7 absolute sect, apart from Duan Lingtian who was the strongest person after Duan Lingtian was his direct disciple, Mu Yi, and Feng Tianwu, the successor of the 5th absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Both of their cultivation bases were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Feng Tianwu said she could not catch a glimpse of Ke, the wife of sect leader Duan Lingtian. She's crazy. She's crazy. For a moment, the elder of heavenly secrets felt his head go numb. She's too fast. I can't catch a glimpse of her. Her speed is comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial or even faster. The old prophet's scalp turned numb when he heard the voice of his direct disciple, Mu Yi, the current successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, enter his ears. This caused him, whose scalp was already numb, to be completely dumbfounded. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. Mu Yi's wife's cultivation base speed, Mu's of the celestials is. However, even his personal disciple said that he was unable to catch sight of their sect master's wife. Sect leader's wife. Who exactly is she? After regaining his senses, the oracle man couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. It seems like sect leader Tang Xian was telling the truth. The saintess is probably the reincarnation of a goddess. If she's not the reincarnation of a goddess, how could she possess a speed comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial in such a short time? Hearing the oracle man's bitter words, Bluefire couldn't help but sigh. She, after learning about her sister's current strength, Gan Yu Yang was shocked, but at the same time, a smile appeared on her face. She was happy for her sister from the bottom of her heart. In the past, in front of Duan Lingtian, she knew very well how inferior her younger sister was. Her younger sister had always hated herself for being too weak. She couldn't keep up with her man's pace and would only drag him down. Although she did not know what was going on, she had a feeling that her sister's strength was not weak at all. Her sister's strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? Wow! Mother is amazing. Duan Xiling, who had just regained her senses, heard Mu Yiyi's words. Her eyes lit up with excitement. From today onward, father is no longer the only idol of Xiling, mother is Xiling's idol as well. At this moment, Duan Xiling had also begun to regard her mother as her idol. The reincarnation of a goddess. Sister Ke is really amazing. Feng Tianwu had also heard about Ke being the reincarnation of a goddess. When she learned about Ke's current strength, she was also happy for Ke. Mu Yi was the only one who had a complicated expression on her face. Initially, she thought only the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, Duan Lingtian, was stronger than her. She did not expect even Duan Lingtian's wife would be stronger than her. Master, I'll go in first. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yi bid farewell to Elder Tianji before disappearing into the black hole as well. It was as if she had never appeared in the first place. Senior Uncle Prophet, I'll go in as well. Feng Tianwu followed suit. Senior Uncle Prophet, if I don't come out, please light an incense stick for my master on her death anniversary. Han Shuanai said to the Oracle man as she was about to enter the black hole. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? The Oracle man frowned when he heard her words. You must be careful when you enter the black hole. As for your master, you'll have to light an incense stick yourself. I'm just saying what if. Han Shuanai smiled wryly. Her cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was only slightly stronger than Nangong and Duan Lingtian. She was not certain if she would be able to come out alive. There's no what if. The Oracle man said solemnly. Han Shuanai sighed before she flew into the black hole as well. In just a blink of an eye, only the Oracle man, Qing Hue, Ganar Yu Yang, and Duan Xiling were left outside. Let's go back. This place is so secluded that I don't think anyone will be able to find this place. The Oracle man said to Ganar Yu Yang and the others after Duan Lingtian and the others had entered the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, the four of them left the Ice Mountain Valley and returned to the nameless snowy peak where the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located. Meanwhile, Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, was still searching desperately for Duan Lingtian. He wanted to find Duan Lingtian and avenge his son. Alas, his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed by in just a blink of an eye. Among the dragons, Di Chen's 6th bodiless celestial tribulation had finally arrived. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Duan Lingtian was still alive and kicking, there was no way Di Chen could get rid of the obsession in his heart due to Duan Lingtian's humiliation. For this reason, he was powerless when faced with the bodiless celestial tribulation. The most important tribulation of the bodiless celestial tribulation was the inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation targeted a person's heart. If there was any trauma in the person's heart or if there was something in the person's past that the person was unwilling to recall, it would be magnified by the inner demon tribulation and affect the person undergoing the tribulation. Generally speaking, it was almost impossible for those who were affected by the inner demon tribulation to pass the tribulation. For this reason, when Emperor Chen encountered the 6th bodiless celestial tribulation, his obsession was magnified by the inner demon tribulation. Due to this reason, he did not succeed in overcoming the tribulation and was killed by the tribulation lightning. He was turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. After Di Chen was killed by the tribulation lightning, Di Huan, who had witnessed Di Chen's death, could not help but cry out in grief. Di Huan's cry rang in the dragon's ears, causing the dragons to be at a loss for words. This is the Supreme Elder's voice. It seems to be, isn't today the day the Supreme Elder's son, Di Chen, is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Why is he in such a state? It seems like Di Chen's heavenly tribulation doesn't bode well for him. Duan Lingtian is still alive and well. Di Chen, who was once humiliated by Duan Lingtian, has no way of resisting the inner demon tribulation of a bodiless celestial. I'm not surprised that he failed the inner demon tribulation. Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? If the Supreme Elder hears your words, you'll be crippled even if you don't die. Soon after, all the dragons learned the reason for Di Huan's cry of grief. The dragons had lost a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In my opinion, Di Chen should have fought to the death with Duan Lingtian instead of kowtowing to Duan Lingtian and begging for mercy. If he had chosen to die in Duan Lingtian's hands, he would have gained a good reputation among the dragons. However, not only did he die in order to live for another 6 months, but his name is infamous among the dragons. Perhaps, he didn't expect things to turn out this way. His father is the Supreme Elder. Perhaps, he was confident his father would be able to avenge him. That's why he didn't take his obsession to heart. So what if he's the Supreme Elder? In the end, he still couldn't find Duan Lingtian and avenge him. Similar discussions spread among the dragons. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, Di Huan, am not a human. After a few hours, Di Huan's cry of grief reverberated in the air again. It was so loud that the entire dragon's estate shook violently as though an earthquake had occurred. At the same time, Di Huan's voice rang in the air. At the same time, the void in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land tore open as tall figures appeared one after another. These tall figures either had the head of a cow, the head of a pig, or the head of a horse. All in all, these creatures all looked very strange, and there was nothing more strange than that. This is the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 2398. Ever since Duan Lingtian returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and destroyed the inter-province transportation formation that the devil clans had set up in the lower province, many things had happened in the lower province. First, the devil clans discovered the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed and that the formation masters from the devil clans had been killed. Most of these formation grandmasters of the devil race had extraordinary backgrounds. Their deaths quickly alerted the forces behind them, and the bodiless celestials behind them were alerted as well. At the same time, a group of bodiless celestials from the human devil clan came out. Soon after, the bodiless celestials from the devil clans came out of their cultivation places in the land of exile and came to the Dobase subterranean. They worked together to forcefully open a space tunnel for the vanguard of the devil clans to enter the upper province. Powerful bodiless celestials could tear the space barrier between the Dobase subterranean and the upper province with their bare hands and travel freely between the lower and upper province. This was the case for Duan Lingtian. Currently, the long and narrow space rifts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were created by the bodiless celestials from the devil clans. The group of monsters that came out from the space rifts were the vanguard of the devil clans. The vanguard of the devil clans that had entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to the appearance of the Seven Absolutes sect and the strength of the dragons, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land no longer had their attention on the devil clans. For this reason, when the vanguard of the devil clans entered the upper province, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land did not even have time to react, let alone prepare for it. In just a blink of an eye, the vanguard of the devil clans slaughtered the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The devil clans. They are from the devil clans. The devil clans are invading. The devil clans are invading. At this moment, the humans who were fleeing in all directions in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could not help but cry out in panic. This was because they discovered that the devil clans were stronger than them. The strength of the devil clans was far stronger than them. Although there were some powerful humans among them, they were quickly overwhelmed by the devil clans. Compared to the unity of the devil clans, the humans were like a plate of loose sand. In just a month, 1/10 of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had already fallen. At the same time, everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land learned that the devil clans had invaded the upper province. Immediately, the entire world was shocked. The demons are invading. In the Seven Absolute sect's temporary encampment on a nameless snowy mountain in the northern region, the Oracle Man was shocked when he heard the news. Sect leader, didn't you say, before he returned to the upper province, he destroyed the cross-province teleportation formation that was almost completed in the lower province? How could this be? While the Oracle Man was still in shock, he received more news about the Devil Clan's invasion of the upper province. It seems like the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clan have made their move. If a bodiless celestial from the devil clans makes a move, I'm afraid the bodiless celestials from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land won't be able to sit still, right? Thinking of this, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets remembered another very important matter. Not good. Most of the bodiless celestials are gathered in the northern region. If they decide to fight the bodiless celestials from the devil clans here, we'll definitely be affected. Looks like I can only bring them to that hidden ice mountain valley. Lin Yun muttered to himself. With this thought in mind, the oracle man no longer hesitated. He brought Duan Sai Ling, Gan Yu Yang, and Qing Hua away from the nameless snowy mountain and headed to the iceberg valley where the Sword Saint secret zone was opened. After returning to the iceberg valley, the oracle man and the others built temporary wooden houses in the valley for them to live in and cultivate. In the following month, a lot of major events took place. First, a group of bodiless celestials from the devil clans in the lower province repaired the cross-province teleportation formation in the shortest time possible so the devil clans could enter the upper province steadily. As soon as they entered the upper province, they began a massacre. Apart from that, many bodiless celestials from the devil clans came to the upper province and fought with the bodiless celestials there. Compared to the bodiless celestials from the devil clans, the bodiless celestials from the upper province were slightly weaker. This was because the devil clans were naturally bloodthirsty and aggressive. Many human bodiless celestials were killed. Many bodiless celestials from the devil clans were killed as well. However, in general, more human bodiless celestials were killed. At this moment, 2 announcements were made. The 2 announcements spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, it also entered the ears of the old prophet. The devil clans have 1 month to leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and return to the land of exile. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan will come out and annihilate the devil clans. At that time, there'll be no turning back. If the devil clans don't leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll be the enemy of the dragons. The Phoenix clan and the dragons made the announcements one after another. The Phoenix clan? The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could understand the strength of the dragons. After all, the dragons had shown their strength before the devil clans invaded the upper province. Not only did they have many bodiless celestials, but they even had 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. As for the Phoenix clan, apart from the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who knew the Phoenix clan was not inferior to the dragons, most people were unaware of this. For this reason, most people were skeptical of the announcement made by the Phoenix clan. It was only when the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land spread the news that everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land learned about this. As it turned out, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, not only was the Dragon clan strong, but the Phoenix clan was strong as well. The Phoenix clan was a powerful force that was not inferior to the Dragon clan. There were many bodiless celestials in the Phoenix clan as well. I didn't expect the Phoenix clan to be so strong as well. As it turns out, the strongest force in the Dao Martial Saint Land isn't Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, or the Heaven Divination sect. It's the dragons and the Phoenix clan that we thought were inferior to the 3 great sects. The dragons and the Phoenix clan have made their announcements. If the devil clans don't leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll make their move. The devil clans are so cruel and bloodthirsty. Do you think they'll leave just because of the dragons and the Phoenix clan? Although the dragons and the Phoenix clan had made their announcements and asked the devil clans to leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, not many people thought the devil clans would listen to them and leave. If the devil clans were afraid of the dragons and the Phoenix clan, why would they enter the Dao Martial Saint Land? Were they stupid? In fact, it was just as most people thought. The devil clans did not care about the dragons and the Phoenix clan's announcements at all. A month later, a large number of bodiless celestials appeared among the dragons and phoenixes. When these bodiless celestials appeared, the people from the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, including the Zoroastrianism, the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect, were stunned. This was because the first batch of bodiless celestials sent out by the dragons and phoenixes were mostly the ancestors of the 3 great sects. Only then did they realize it turned out that the 3 great sects had many loose immortal experts, but these loose immortal experts had all joined the dragons and phoenixes. Why? Why is that? Why would the loose immortals of Zoroastrianism seek refuge with the dragons and phoenixes? Why don't they stay in Arzwanja Buddhism and lead Arzwanja Buddhism to new glory? Instead, they are willing to be the dogs of the dragons and phoenixes, coming and going at their beck and call. The three great sects were in an uproar. They could not figure out why the ancestors of the three great sects who were at the level of itinerant immortals would join the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan and be willing to listen to the orders of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Moreover, when the Devil Clans invaded the Upper Province, they had taken the lead to fight for the dragons and phoenixes. They did not expect this at all. Now, it was not their wish for the itinerant immortal ancestors of the three great sects to come out and be cannon fodder. After all, who did not know that cannon fodder had a slim chance of survival? Under such circumstances, the ancestors of the three great sects had stepped forward because if they were unwilling to fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. After all, the powerhouses of the dragons and phoenixes were not to be trifled with. If they did not fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. However, if they fought for the dragons and phoenixes, they would most likely die. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to choose the latter. In a secluded ice mountain valley in the northern region. Although I've heard from the sect leader that bodiless celestials from the three great sects would be captured by the dragons and phoenixes, I didn't expect there to be so many bodiless celestials in the three great sect. Although the old man of heavenly secrets was located in a remote place in the northern region, he was still very familiar with the situation outside. He was in charge of the information network of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Ever since Han Shuanai's master had died, he had temporarily taken over the Red Dust progeny's information network. Once Han Shuanai returned from the Sword Saint secret zone, he would return the information network to Han Shuanai. Apart from that, it has been half a year since the sect leader and the others entered the Sword Saint secret zone. I wonder how much they've gained in the past 6 months. The Oracle man was filled with curiosity when he thought about this. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? As it turns out, this is not the Sword Saint secret zone but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, we're not the only ones who have entered this place. There are people from the other 4 mundane realms as well. In the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian had encountered 2 groups of people from 2 different mundane realms. Currently, both groups of people had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. Chapter 2399. However, who created this Beyond Heaven secret zone? There's a celestial supreme treasure here. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal clear and flawless. From afar, it looked like a pool of spring water. It gave off a comfortable feeling. However, this ordinary-looking sword was a celestial supreme treasure. Although this sword is inferior to the Jasper celestial sword, it's still a genuine celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect the first thing I obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone would be a celestial sword. With this celestial sword, the strength of my attacks has surpassed the strength of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. It should be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the celestial sword in his hand. However, the strongest person among the 2 groups of people is only a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If there's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial among them, I might not even be able to keep this celestial sword. The celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand could be said to be snatching food from a tiger's mouth. At that time, Duan Lingtian had met one of the groups of people and learned that they had found a treasure. For this reason, he had followed them and discovered that the celestial sword was a treasure. The treasure mentioned by those people was actually a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial sword. If it was another celestial supreme treasure, it would not be of much help to Duan Lingtian. However, if it was a celestial sword, it would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was a sword cultivator just like Feng Qingyang since he had inherited the legacy from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The weapon of a sword cultivator was a sword. A sword was like a second life to a sword cultivator. If the sword lives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. Although these words were a little extreme, they perfectly explained the position of a sword in a sword cultivator's heart. To a sword cultivator, his sword was as important as his life. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, a sword from the mundane realm, even a super saint weapon, would not be of any help to him. Only a sword that was a celestial supreme treasure or above would be of help to him. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian discovered the treasure mentioned by those people was a celestial sword, he had already begun to think of a way to obtain it. He wanted to obtain the immortal sword. It just so happened that another group of people had arrived at this moment, and they wanted that immortal sword as well. It was even to the extent that they were in conflict with the group of people before them, and they even started fighting intensely without saying a single word. At this moment, Duan Lingtian struck like lightning. As soon as he made his move, he was like the Oriole behind the Oriole, grabbing the immortal sword. After obtaining the immortal sword, Duan Lingtian did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stayed at the scene and observed the immortal sword in his hand. At this moment, the two groups of people had also stopped fighting. Their target was Duan Lingtian at the same time. After all, the reason they were fighting was because of the immortal sword. When they discovered the immortal sword was in the hands of a third party, there was no need for them to continue fighting since it would only benefit the third party. Good sword. When Duan Lingtian confirmed the sword in his hand was indeed a celestial supreme treasure, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, the two groups of people made their moves. Moreover, they did not hesitate to kill Duan Lingtian. Among the two groups of people, the two strongest were 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. They were easily killed by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. After the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by Duan Lingtian, the remaining people did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. In the end, there was only one person left. It was this person. After some questioning, Duan Lingtian finally realized that the immortal sword was not in the sword Dao realm. Currently, he was not in the sword saint secret zone. Instead, he was in a place called the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was connected to 5 mundane realms. The mundane realm he was in was only one of the 5 mundane realms. Does this mean Senior Feng Qingyang didn't leave this place behind? Senior Feng Qingyang only managed to obtain a key for me. At that time, Duan Lingtian had also vaguely realized this. At that time, Duan Lingtian had asked the person about the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. However, the person did not know anything. He only knew the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone had existed for a very long time and would only open once every 100,000 to 200,000 years. In other words, I can only rely on myself in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Senior Feng Qingyang didn't take special care of me here. I'll have to rely on myself to find any fortuitous encounters and resolve any dangers I might encounter later on. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he could not help but feel a little heavy-hearted. Previously, he had thought that Duan Lingtian was in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Since he was in the Sword Saint Secret Zone created by Senior Feng Qingyang, even if there were any dangers in there, it would only serve to train him. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to obtain the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. However, at this moment, he realized there was a possibility. Perhaps, there was no legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. After all, this was the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would put aside everything he was doing and enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Based on this, one could tell the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was not simple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian no longer thought the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on what I know, before Senior Feng Qingyang ascended, his strongest technique was the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The fact that he was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial must have something to do with the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestia. When Duan Lingtian first learned about the Sword Saint secret zone, he could not help but feel puzzled. The Sovereign Heart Sword left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang had transcended the mundane realm. However, even if one completely comprehended the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword, one's strength would, at most, be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How was Senior Feng Qingyang able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. If Senior Feng Qingyang had any other means up his sleeves, that would be too ridiculous, right? Was he still human? However, now that he knew the Beyond Heaven secret zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, he could not help but wonder. He could not help but speculate. Perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. I didn't think there would be people from 4 mundane realms who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone apart from the people around me. Moreover, there are many bodiless celestials among the people from the other mundane realms. Based on what the last person said before he was killed, there were at least 100 bodiless celestials from the mundane realm he was in. There were at least 100 bodiless celestials. When that person's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. Although he might be able to fight a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had obtained the celestial sword, however, who could say for sure among the 100 bodiless celestials, was there anyone among them who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment? It was common knowledge that the body of a bodiless celestial was formed from the soul and the body's energy. The body's energy had to be stabilized by the soul at all times. For this reason, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to cast soul attacks as easily as they did in the past. After becoming a bodiless celestial, if one rashly cast a soul attack, one might die. This was unless one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment. The so-called soul congregation embodiment was a Dharma body that only those who were extremely skilled in soul techniques before becoming bodiless immortals would have a chance to cultivate after becoming bodiless immortals. Once one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment, one would be able to cast soul attacks as they wished. There was no need to worry about dying if one rashly cast soul attacks like ordinary bodiless celestials. There are so many bodiless celestials. It's not impossible for 1 or 2 of them to have mastered the soul congregation embodiment. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. If a bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to severely injure his soul before he could kill him. If it was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, his soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Perhaps his current strength was not bad. Chapter 2400. In other words, if it was a bodiless celestial who had not cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, with Duan Lingtian's current strength and the celestial sword he had just obtained, he might even be able to defeat a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if it was a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would pose a great threat to him if he could not kill them in time, let alone a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked his servant, Chen Yi Are You, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, how many bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique? According to Chen Yi Are You, he had never heard of any bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique were extremely rare. Naturally, it did not mean they did not exist. Even if Chen Yi Are You had not heard of them, it did not mean they did not exist. According to that person, there are more than 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, he said his mundane realm did not have the most people who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In other words, there are many bodiless celestials from other mundane realms as well. Since there are so many bodiless celestials, there must be some who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique as well. It seems like I'll have to be more careful in the beyond heaven secret zone. Apart from 8 tribulation bodiless celestials who pose a great threat to me, ordinary bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique are also a great threat to me. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. He had thought only he and the people around him had entered the beyond heaven secret zone. However, he didn't expect that there would be a group of people from the other 4 mundane realms aside from the people around him. Moreover, there was no lack of bodiless celestials who were as strong as Chen Yi or even stronger than him. I wonder how Tian Wu, Xuan Ai, and San Dao are doing. Duan Lingtian didn't see the person who came in before him after passing through the black hole and arriving at this place. Even though he waited for a long time, he didn't see the person who came in after him. At that time, he knew that the people who had come here through the black hole had all been separated. Since then, he had embarked on a path of solitude. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone, nor did he encounter anything that attracted his attention. In half a year, the only thing he had obtained was an immortal sword. However, he was already very satisfied with this. After all, he had only been here for half a year. He still had 9.5 years left in the beyond heaven secret zone. It was more than enough for him to continue searching for more treasures. If Senior Feng Qingyang really obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the beyond heaven secret zone that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, I wonder what fortuitous encounter he obtained. If I'm able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter, I'll be able to do whatever I want in the devil clans, let alone the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes lit up again. They were like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky that shone brightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling in the air attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw 4 figures flying toward him from the distance. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make out that 3 of them were men and 1 was a woman. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duan Lingtian took a good look at them. The only woman among the 4 of them was a young woman. In terms of appearance, although she could not compare to his 2 wives or Tian Wu, her facial features were extremely delicate and pretty. Her skin was fair and rosy, like the skin of a baby. It gave people a feeling that it could be broken with a flick of a finger. If this woman was on Earth in his past life, she would be able to make a living with her looks if she was an actress or broadcaster. The other 3 men were young men. One of them was tall and sturdy, giving off a rough feeling. However, his eyes revealed a wise and far-sighted luster. Clearly, he was not as rough as he looked on the surface. The other man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes were dull, and he gave off a dull vibe. The last man was well-built and handsome. Naturally, he was not as handsome as Duan Lingtian. Whether it was the young woman, the muscular young man, or the dull young man, Duan Lingtian found them pleasing to the eye. Only the last young man with a slightly handsome appearance and a strong figure gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that he did not really like. Just by looking at his eyes, I can tell he's not a good person. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had been observing the young man's eyes. When the young man glanced at the young woman, his eyes were filled with lust. It was as though he could not wait to push her to the ground and ravage her on the spot. Moreover, when he looked at the muscular young man and the dull young man, there was a hint of arrogance and disdain in his eyes. It was as though he looked down on the 2 of them. There's someone over there. It seems like we'll have a new member in our small group. With 1 more person, it'll be safer for us to enter that place. Before the 4 of them got closer, Duan Lingtian heard the muscular young man's words. At this moment, the muscular young man was looking at him as he spoke to his companions. If he joins us, we'll have 5 people. 5 people should be enough, right? At this moment, the young woman was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were shining. Zhongyi, Rongbo. What do you think? The muscular young man looked at the dull young man and the last young man and asked. Agreed. The dull young man nodded. He was a man of few words. I don't care. As long as he doesn't drag us down. The last young man's gaze was mostly on the young woman beside him. After he glanced at Duan Lingtian who was in the distance, he shrugged indifferently. Of course, even if he drags us down and encounters danger. I won't save him. Rongbo. When the muscular young man heard the young man's words, he frowned. If he joins us, he'll be our companion. If he's in danger, we'll naturally have to help him. You're going overboard with your words. Overboard? The young man, Rongbo, smiled disdainfully when he heard the sturdy young man's words. Let alone him, even if it's Zhongyi or you, Wang Sure, I won't save you if you encounter any danger in that place. The young man who was Rongbo said with a disdainful smile. The most I can do is help Liu Xia a little. Rongbo continued to look at the young woman next to him when he reached the end of his sentence. The young woman, Liu Xia, frowned. However, she did not say anything in the end. Hearing Rongbo's words, Wang Shi frowned. Even the dull Zhong Yi couldn't help but frown for a moment. After a while, he relaxed his brows. However, both of them did not say anything in the end. It was as though they had the same concerns as Liu Xia. Let's go. Let's go. Wang Shi took a deep breath and ignored Rongbo. After he finished speaking, he flew toward the purple figure in the distance. I've changed my mind. If this gigolo's cultivation base isn't at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't let him join us. When Zhongyi and Liu Xia followed Wang Shi, Rongbo also caught up with them and said at the same time, I'm not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage either. Liu Xia said with a frown on her face. You're a woman, but he's not. Rongbo looked at the purple figure standing in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits, and a cold light flashed through them. This young man is called Rongbo. I don't think I've offended him, right? Not only did Du and Lingtian hear the conversation between the four people, but he also saw the cold glint in Rongbo's eyes when he looked at him. He was puzzled. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any interaction with Rongbo at all. Why was Rongbo picking on him? Hello, I'm Liu Xia. At the same time, the group of four arrived in front of Du and Lingtian. The young woman took the lead and smiled at Du and Lingtian. Du and Lingtian was tall, had an outstanding bearing, and was handsome. He was much more handsome than the other three young men beside Liu Xia. For this reason, she had a good impression of Du and Lingtian. Of course, this was entirely because of Du and Lingtian's perfect appearance, and she had a good impression of him. I see. When Liu Xia took the initiative to greet Du and Lingtian noticed a hint of jealousy in Rongbo's eyes. As it turned out, Rongbo was jealous of Liu Xia's friendliness toward him. I'm Du and Lingtian. Du and Lingtian did not have to guess to know these four people were from the other four mundane realms. For this reason, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Even if these four people were from the same mundane realm as him, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Du and Lingtian, Wang Shi, and I discovered a place a month ago. We're certain there's something good there. However, due to our limited strength, we decided to look for a few more companions to explore the place. First, we found Zhongyi, then we found Rongbo. Currently, Rongbo is the strongest among the four of us. He's an eminent celestial. As soon as Liu Xia finished speaking, Rongbo raised his head arrogantly and looked at Du and Lingtian with disdain. Chapter 2401. Rongbo, that's enough. Liu Xia frowned as she looked at Rongbo coldly. She said in a deep voice, You've always been arrogant and domineering just because you're an eminent celestial. We've tolerated it. However, now that there's going to be another member of our group, you're trying to stop him from joining us. If you don't want to go to that place and want to leave, we won't stop you. Liu Xia's tone became increasingly unfriendly as she spoke. Liu Xia, you. Rongbo looked at Liu Xia in disbelief. He was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He did not expect this. Liu Xia would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo whose strength was unknown. Is this what you want as well? You want me, an eminent celestial, to leave for the sake of a gigolo who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Rongbo took a deep breath to suppress his anger before he looked at Wang Shi and Zhongyi. Humph. Wang Shi snorted and said, I respect Liu Xia's decision. You. Rongbo suppressed his anger with great difficulty, but because of Wang Shi's words, his anger soared again. Then, He looked at Zhongyi and asked, "Zhongyi, what about you?" "I respect their decision." Although Zhongyi was slow to speak and was usually a man of few words, when Rongbo asked him about it, he was very generous and said a whole 8 words. Zhongyi and Wang Shi had long been displeased with Yu Rongbo's arrogance. However, Rongbo was the only eminent celestial in their group. With an eminent celestial around, they would be able to avoid many dangers if they ventured into that place. They did not want to lose such a powerful ally unless they had no other choice. However, Rongbo's unreasonable behavior again and again made them feel bitterly disappointed. Now that Liu Xia had taken the lead, they naturally vented all the resentment they had for Rongbo in their hearts without holding anything back. Rongbo was so angry that his body trembled when he heard Zhongyi's words. He did not expect Liu Xia would be so stubborn. He did not expect Liu Xia and the other 2 would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "The place you're talking about. What is that place? Do you know what's inside?" At this time, Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Xia and asked curiously. Liu Xia shook her head. "We don't know exactly what it is, however, there are many formations set up there. It seems like they're guarding something. According to the legend passed down from my sect, there must be treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that are guarded by formations." As she spoke, Liu Xia's eyes lit up, and her tone became excited. "Good. I'll join you." Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. After entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had obtained a celestial sword. At that time, there was a formation protecting the celestial sword. However, to Duan Lingtian, that formation was like a clay chicken that couldn't withstand a single blow, and it was easily destroyed by him. After hearing Liu Xia's words, Duan Lingtian realized that Liu Xia was right. There was a high chance that there was something good in the place Liu Xia had mentioned. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel tempted. However, he knew very well that if he did not join Liu Xia's group, he would never be able to find the place. For this reason, he would have to join Liu Xia's group if he wanted to go there. Apart from Rongbo, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Liu Xia, Wang Shi, and Zhongyi. At the very least, he felt the 3 of them could get along well. "Congratulations on joining us, Brother Lingtian." Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian enthusiastically and asked, "Brother Lingtian, you don't seem old, and you don't have the aura of a bodiless celestial. I'm sure you're not even 100 years old like us. May I know what's your cultivation base, Brother Lingtian?" "Brother Lingtian, please don't misunderstand. I just want to know how strong you are. Even if your cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you can still join our group. One could enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone even if one's cultivation base was not at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, if one's cultivation base was below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone was equivalent to suicide. For this reason, it was rare for people below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Liu Xia and Zhongyi turned to look at Duan Lingtian as soon as Wang Shi finished speaking. Even Rongbo didn't leave, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a ridiculing smile. His eyes were filled with ridicule, and he seemed to want to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. As soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, Liu Xia, Zhongyi, and Rongbo shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Boom! At this moment, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was Duan Lingtian's saint origin. Duan Lingtian's saint origin surged out of his body. Apart from that, there was also an oppressive force. That force was none other than the celestial origin energy. He's an eminent celestial. Wang Shi's jaw dropped in shock. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The feeling of pity in his heart disappeared at this moment. The trace of pity in his heart was because he also supported Liu Xia's decision to let Rongbo leave. Although Rongbo was not a good person, he was still an eminent celestial. It would be a great loss for them if he left the group. For this reason, he felt pity for Duan Lingtian. However, when he discovered Duan Lingtian was also an eminent celestial, he felt it was a pity. After one eminent celestial left, another eminent celestial came. Moreover, this new eminent celestial had a good temper. It was much better than Rong Bo's. Why you re an eminent celestial? Liu Xia looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise when she regained her senses. She did not expect a random person she met along the way would be an eminent celestial. Even the usually stoic Zhong Yi could not help but smile at this moment. Only Rong Bo's expression was grim. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as if the violet-clothed young man called Duan Lingtian had raised his hand and given him a series of slaps. Rong Bo. At this moment, Wang Shi looked at Rong Bo and said indifferently, "Now, Brother Lingtian has proven his strength and completely satisfied your request. Now, do you want to leave? Or do you want to stay and explore that place with us?" Now that there was another eminent celestial in the small group, Wang Shi's confidence was boosted. If Rong Bo chose to leave, although he would still feel that it was a pity, it would not be as pitiful as before. If Rong Bo chose to stay, everyone would be happy. With two eminent celestials around, it would be easier for them to explore that place. Humph! Rong Bo snorted coldly and stood still. And his actions were undoubtedly telling Wang Shi, "You're right." He did not intend to leave. Liu Xia frowned. Although she wanted Rong Bo to leave from the bottom of her heart, since Wang Shi had spoken, she didn't say anything more. "Now, there are 5 of us. 2 eminent celestials, 2 at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Wang Shi glanced at the others, his eyes sparkling as he said, "With our strength, we should be able to go deep into that place and explore." After he finished speaking, he began to lead the way. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind him. "Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the Moro realm, right?" Liu Xia asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian along the way. Wang Shi, Zhong Yi, and Rong Bo could not help but perk up their ears when they heard Liu Xia's question. It was obvious they wanted to hear Duan Lingtian's answer as well. "Moro realm?" Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Why do you ask that?" "Because the 4 of us are from 3 different mundane realms. The people entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time are from 5 different mundane realms," Liu Xia said slowly. "Among the 5 mundane realms, there are 4 large mundane realms, including the 3 mundane realms we're from. Since you're an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for us not to have heard of you if you're from one of the 3 mundane realms. Eminent celestials who were not even 100 years old were extremely rare even in the large mundane realms. For this reason, I'm guessing you're from the large mundane realm, the Moro realm," Liu Xia said in one breath. Upon hearing Liu Xia's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. However, he shook his head and said, "I'm not from the Moro realm. I'm from the Saint Province realm." The Saint Province realm was what the devil clans called the Dao Martial Saint Land when Duan Lingtian was in the Dobasay subterranean. The Saint Province realm? That small mundane realm? Liu Xia's eyes widened as she stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. How's this possible? How's it possible for an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old to appear in that small mundane realm that lacks cultivation resources? Brother Lingtian, aren't you a little too freakish? Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian in shock as he said, "As far as I know, out of all the people who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the past, only 1 person became an eminent celestial before the age of 100. Chapter 2402. Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wang Shi's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so famous. Even Wang Shi, who came from another mundane realm, knew about senior Feng Qingyang. Based on this, it was clear that Feng Qingyang's reputation was not just limited to the Saint Province realm. Even in other mundane realms, senior Feng Qingyang's name was widely known. Speaking of Feng Qingyang, it said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial appeared when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. It seems like the inheritance was obtained by Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, Liu Xia said. Wang Shi nodded. Yes, it was obtained by him. A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Shi's eyes as he said, "I wonder if the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial will appear when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens this time." It said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by several great overarching golden celestials. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had a deeper understanding. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Great overarching golden celestials. In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I came from, great overarching golden celestials seem to be the best among the celestials. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the conversation between Liu Xia and Wang Shi. However, he still could not help but ask, Wang Shi, what's a great overarching golden celestial? Brother Lingtian, you've entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but you don't know about great overarching golden celestials? Wang Shi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he said, great overarching golden celestials are the best among the celestials. Even in the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials are well-known powerhouses. It's said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone is a realm created by a few great overarching golden celestials. The best treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone is the inheritance left behind by the great overarching golden celestials. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it was said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial was obtained by Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm. As he finished speaking, Wang Shi's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian was shocked, but at the same time, he confirmed his previous guess. Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, allowing him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials even though he was only an eminent celestial. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter, he did not know what it was. However, after listening to Wang Shi's words, the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. He realized he had guessed correctly. Humph. Country bumpkin. Rongbo scoffed mockingly when he saw Duan Lingtian did not even know what a great overarching golden celestial was. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Rongbo's words. A frown appeared on his face. Did Rongbo really think he was a pushover? Rongbo, watch your mouth. At this moment, Liu Xia opened her mouth and looked at Rongbo angrily. Duan Lingtian didn't offend you, right? Why are you targeting him like this? We're a small group, and the most important thing for a group is unity. If you don't want to accept him, you're free to leave. You're not welcome here. Liu Xia's tone turned gloomier when she reached the end of her sentence. Throughout the journey, she had been disgusted by Rongbo's unbridled gaze. However, she did not flare up because Rongbo was an eminent celestial, and she had to take the other 2 people into consideration. Now that they had an eminent celestial like Duan Lingtian in their group, she no longer had to tolerate Rongbo like she did in the past. Duan Lingtian was the reason why she was so confident. I was just joking. Why are you so serious? A hint of anger flashed in Rongbo's eyes when he heard Liu Xia's words. However, he did not flare up. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, killing intent surged in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. It was obvious he was venting his anger on Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Rongbo could do whatever he wanted. He was the center of the group. Liu Xia, Wang Shi, and Zhong Yi had to listen to him. No matter what he did, they had to swallow their anger. However, now that Duan Lingtian had appeared, his position was no longer important, and he had become dispensable. How could he not be enraged by such a huge contrast? How could he not hate Duan Lingtian, the person who started all this? Brother Lingtian, Rongbo's temper is like this. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward to smooth things over. He could see Duan Lingtian was angry. Duan Lingtian was initially angry. However, when Liu Xia and Wang Shi interjected, he shrugged indifferently. It's all right. If a dog barks at you, you can't just stomp it to death, right? Just ignore it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Liu Xia and Zhong Yi were stunned. Wang Shi could not help but smile wryly. Boy, who are you calling a dog? Rongbo asked angrily as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He did not even bat an eyelid, let alone look at Rongbo alright, We're all on the same side. There's no need to be so tense. Let's continue on our way. Otherwise, it'll be too late if someone else finds out about that place. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward again to smooth things over. The rest of the journey was rather peaceful. During the journey, Duan Lingtian learned from Liu Xia that she was from the same world as Duan Lingtian. She and Wang Shi came from the same mundane realm. It was a large mundane realm called Vast Cloud Realm. There were countless galaxies and planets in it. It was vast and boundless. Apart from that, Rongbo also came from a large mundane realm called the Skyline Realm. Rongbo was the most outstanding disciple of a powerful sect in that realm. He was one of the most influential figures among the younger generation in that realm. An eminent celestial who was younger than 100 years old was as rare as a phoenix's feather in a large mundane realm. Naturally, Rongbo did not tell Duan Lingtian about his origin. It was Liu Xia who told Duan Lingtian about it. As for Zhongyi, he's also from a large mundane realm. The mundane realm he's from is called Yang Huang Realm, Liu Xia said. Yang Huang Realm? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Liu Xia's words. He immediately looked at Zhongyi and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked at Zhongyi and asked, "Zhongyi, the mundane realm you're from is called the Yang Huang Realm?" Duan Lingtian lost his composure when he heard Liu Xia's words. The reason he lost his composure was due to the name of the mundane realm Zhongyi was in, Yang Huang Realm. After all, when he was still on Earth in his past life, the people in the country he was from were called the descendants of Yang Huang. Moreover, according to the three-legged golden crow, Hualaro, the original name of Earth was planet Yang Huang. For this reason, when he heard Zhongyi was from Yang Huang Realm, he immediately thought of Earth where he was from in his previous life. It was planet Yang Huang in the past. Duan Lingtian had a feeling Yang Huang Realm had nothing to do with Earth. It was just a coincidence that they shared the same name. However, when he heard the name Yang Huang, he could not help but feel excited. Yes. Zhongyi noticed Duan Lingtian's loss of composure. Although Zhongyi was a dull person, he was curious about Duan Lingtian's reaction. Duan Lingtian, have you heard of Yang Huang Realm? Zhongyi, have you heard of planet Yang Huang? Duan Lingtian asked Zhongyi as if he was trying everything he could. Although he did not have much hope, he could not help but ask Zhongyi. Planet Yang Huang. Zhongyi was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian mentioning planet Yang Huang. Why you re from the Saint Province realm, and yet, you know about planet Yang Huang? To Zhongyi, the three words planet Yang Huang were all too familiar. After all, the sect he belonged to was originally from planet Yang Huang. It was only later that they moved to the galaxy where they were now. There's a planet Yang Huang in Yang Huang Realm? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhongyi's words. Then, he asked, "Can you tell me more about planet Yang Huang in Yang Huang Realm?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to confirm if the planet Yang Huang that Zhongyi mentioned was Earth from his past life. Of course. Zhongyi did not know if it was because he found Duan Lingtian pleasing to the eye or the fact that Duan Lingtian mentioned planet Yang Huang that made him feel close to planet Yang Huang. Zhongyi was no longer as inarticulate as before. Planet Yang Huang is one of the cultivation planets of Yang Huang Realm. In our Yang Huang plane, there are only a few planets where cultivation originates. Currently, nearly half of the cultivators in Yang Huang Realm possess legacies that can be traced back to planet Yang Huang. For this reason, the mundane realm we're in is known as the Yang Huang Realm, Zhongyi said patiently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. For example, the Celestial Masters sect that I'm in originated from planet Yang Huang. Zhongyi continued to explain. Celestial Masters sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Zhongyi's words. He remembered there was such a sect in ancient myths and legends when he was still on Earth in his past life. Is the Celestial Masters sect's patriarch Zhong Daoling, Celestial Master Zhong? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already faintly realized something. Chapter 2403. You even know the name of our Celestial Masters sect's patriarch? Zhongyi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even in Yang Huang Realm, apart from the disciples of the Celestial Masters sect, The most people knew about the Celestial Masters sect's patriarch was Zhong Celestial Master. Very few people knew the name of their Celestial Masters sect. Even the disciples with lower positions in the Celestial Masters sect did not know the name of their Celestial Masters sect's patriarch. However, Duan Lingtian had revealed the name of their Celestial Masters sect's patriarch. Zhong Daoling. Gasp. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Zhong Yi's confirmation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, revealing his complicated emotions. All this while, he had always wanted to return to Earth. In addition to seeking revenge on his agent from his previous life, he also wanted to return to Earth and live for a period of time. He wanted to do something for his country within the limits of his ability. However, he knew it would be difficult for him to return to Earth. According to the three-legged golden crow, Hualaro, if he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm and use the transporting formation between Devata realms to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After that, he would have to find a way to return to Earth from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to return to the mundane realm from the Devata realm. From then on, Duan Lingtian thought it might be possible for him to return to Earth, but it would be a long time before he could do so. At the very least, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm first. He did not expect he would be able to return to Earth after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone before he ascended to a Devata realm. This was because the person in front of him was from the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was absent-minded, suddenly heard shouts. Only then did he realize that Wang Shuo, Liu Xia, and Zhong Yi were all looking at him worriedly. Seeing that he had regained his senses, the three of them asked in unison, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I just remembered something. Is the thing you remember related to the patriarch of our Celestial Masters sect?" Zhong Yi asked. Even now, he still found it somewhat inconceivable. Duan Lingtian, a person from another mundane realm, actually knew the name of the patriarch of the Celestial Masters sect. "The patriarch of your Celestial Masters sect?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know why Zhong Yi asked him that, because he didn't understand Zhong Yi's current mood. "Is it not?" Zhong Yi was stunned as well. Then, he asked, "Then, where did you learn the name of our Celestial Masters sect's patriarch? You should know that even the disciples of the Celestial Masters sect don't know the patriarch's name, let alone an outsider. You're not from the Yang Huang realm, but you're from the Saint Province realm. Can you tell me where you heard the name of our Celestial Masters sect's patriarch?" Zhong Yi was no longer as inarticulate as he used to be. Upon hearing Zhong Yi's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Naturally, he couldn't tell Zhong Yi about his past life since it was too shocking. For this reason, he casually came up with an excuse. "I once came across a skeleton in the Saint Province realm. There was a stone tablet next to the skeleton that said he was a disciple of the Celestial Masters sect, and the patriarch of the Celestial Masters sect was called Zhong Daoling. Did he leave a message saying his name? Or, did he have a keepsake with him?" Zhong Yi inhaled sharply as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Then, he said anxiously, "Duan Lingtian, I suspect the skeleton you're talking about belongs to a disciple of the Celestial Masters sect. It's highly possible that the Celestial Masters sect's disciple accidentally came to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened." "Name? Keepsake? I don't think so." Duan Lingtian shook his head and asked, "Based on what you're saying, people from Yang Huang realm can go to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a bright light flashed in the depth of his eyes. In fact, he was using this as an excuse to lead Zhong Yi to the Saint Province realm. When he realized the Beyond Heaven secret zone was connected to Yang Huang realm, he could not help but think to himself. If he found the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from Yang Huang realm, would it mean that he could go to Yang Huang realm? Could he use that entrance to enter the Yang Huang realm and return to Earth? Of course. Zhong Yi nodded and said, "As long as you can find the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from your Saint Province realm, not only people from Yang Huang realm, but even people from Vast Cloud realm and the other two mundane realms will be able to enter your Saint Province realm as well." If you can find the entrance to the other 4 mundane realms, you'll be able to enter the other 4 mundane realms as well. Zhongyi's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He would be able to return to Earth before he ascended to a Devata realm. I can't even find the entrance to the Saint Province realm, let alone the entrance to the other mundane realms. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Brother Lingtian, you don't have to worry about that. Wang Shi said at this moment, generally speaking, after 3 years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, you'll be able to sense the entrance to the mundane realm you're in. As long as you follow your senses, you'll be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm. At that time, you can choose whether you want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone or return to the mundane realm, Wang Shi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 years. Why is it 3 years? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. I'm not sure why it's 3 years. However, this is the rule of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's basically impossible to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone within 3 years since you won't be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm, Wang Shi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, if I want to go to another mundane realm, for example, the mundane realm you're in, I'll have to wait 3 years for you to lead the way? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Wang Shi. Theoretically, yes. Wang Shi nodded. Of course, you don't necessarily need me to lead the way. For example, most of us from the vast cloud realm have been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year now. 2.5 years later, if you ask anyone from the vast cloud realm about the location of the entrance and exit to the vast cloud realm, they'll be able to point you in the right direction. At that time, you'll be able to find the entrance to the vast cloud realm and enter the vast cloud realm, Wang Shi explained. Duan Lingtian nodded. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Wang Shi's words. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself. In other words, after 2.5 years, as long as someone from the Yang Huang realm guides me in the direction of the entrance to the Yang Huang realm, I'll be able to find the entrance to the Yang Huang realm and enter the Yang Huang realm. Once I enter the Yang Huang realm, I'll have a chance to return to Earth. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. As they continued on their journey, Duan Lingtian did not forget to ask Zhongyi about the Yang Huang realm. Gradually, he gained a better understanding of the Yang Huang realm. Among them was the Yang Huang planet. As it turns out, Earth used to be one of the most dazzling cultivation planets in the Yang Huang realm. In the beginning, many powerhouses were born there. For example, the powerhouses in the ancient myths and legends in my previous life were born at that time. Later, the number of cultivators on Earth increased until the heaven and earth spirit chi dried up. At that time, the cultivators on Earth began to leave Earth and conquer the stars. They established their own orthodoxies and left their legacies in distant galaxies and planets that were rich in heaven and earth spirit chi. The large mundane realm where Earth is located, the Yang Huang realm, is almost boundless. There are countless galaxies and planets there. Duan Lingtian said. There are thousands of races in the universe, and cultivators compete with interstellar technology. The more Duan Lingtian learned about the Yang Huang realm, the more he wished he could grow a pair of wings and find the entrance to the Yang Huang realm. Currently, Earth was not the only thing that attracted him to the Yang Huang realm. Naturally, Earth was still the most attractive thing to him. Nothing could replace it. After all, it was his hometown. In fact, as long as it's a large mundane realm, it's almost the same as our Yang Huang realm. For example, the vast cloud realm where Wang Shi and Liu Xia are from, the skyline realm where Rongbo is from, and the Moro realm are the same. Zhongyi said. Large mundane realms usually had countless galaxies and planets. There were thousands of races in the universe, and there were fierce clashes between cultivation and technology. The Saint Province realm where Duan Lingtian was from was only a small mundane realm. In the eyes of people from large mundane realms, people from small mundane realms were no different from barbarians. This is similar to what Huolaro told me before. After learning about the large mundane realms from Zhongyi, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Chapter 2404. Duan Lingtian still remembered the words Huolaro had said to Duan Lingtian back then. There are two types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that you came from in your past life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. Celestials from the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, so it's called a small mundane realm. This small mundane realm is made up of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continent, and the vast sea. There are very few kinds of creatures in this mundane realm. These were Hualaro's words. He had explained the difference between a large mundane realm and a small mundane realm. This time, the people who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone had come from 5 different mundane realms. Apart from Duan Ling Tian's Saint Province realm, which was a small mundane realm, the other 4 mundane realms were large mundane realms. One of the large mundane realms was the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Zhongyi, there's a Saint Celestial stage in Yang Huang realm as well? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhongyi along the way. Previously, Elder Hua had told him that the division of cultivation bases on planet Yang Huang was different from the division of cultivation bases in the Saint Province realm. However, when Zhongyi and the others had just arrived, they had mentioned the Saint Celestial stage again. Rongbo, in particular, had said that if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be allowed to join them. Of course. Zhongyi nodded before he continued to say, it said that a long time ago, there was no such thing as a Saint Celestial stage in Yang Huang realm. However, for some reason, the division of cultivation in Yang Huang realm has been unified with the division of cultivation in the surrounding mundane realms. After unification, the Saint Celestial stage was created. Zhongyi paused for a moment before he continued, for example, in the mundane realm where Wang Shu, Liu Xia, and Rongbo are from, the difference in cultivation base is the same as in the mundane realm where I'm from. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same in the Saint Province realm. Zhongyi continued. It's about the same. Duan Lingtian nodded. After hearing what Zhongyi said, he also realized that Hualaro was not lying to him. It was just that the division of cultivation levels in Yang Huang realm had changed later on. In another 2 hours, we'll reach the place Liu Xia and I found. After rushing for a while, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Shu's voice. Wang Shu said in a dignified tone, there are many formations set up in that place. Based on my observation and speculation, one of the formations is a formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering. In other words, loose immortals can't enter that place. Wang Shu's eyes lit up as he spoke. A formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering? Are you sure? Almost as soon as Wang Shu finished speaking, Rongbo, who hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately looked at Wang Shu with a burning gaze. I'm sure. Wang Shu nodded. Before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, I've heard that there are some places in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that have formations set up to prevent bodiless celestials from entering. It's impossible for one's divine consciousness to enter those places since it originates from one's soul. The place Liu Xia and I found also repels divine consciousness. Our divine consciousness can't go near it at all. Wang Shu looked at Liu Xia when he finished speaking. That's right. Liu Xia nodded. Achem. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow slightly when he discovered that Rongbo was a formation restriction. Rongbo's face began to tremble when he heard Wang Shu's confirmation that bodiless celestials were restricted from entering that place. His eyes, in particular, were shining with a terrifying light, as if there was some sort of peerless treasure in that place. Does Rongbo know something? Just when Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. Rongbo, do you know something? Rongbo's movements were too loud, even Wang Shu and Liu Xia noticed that something was wrong with him. Wang Shu couldn't help but frown and ask, if you know something, tell us, so we can be prepared and reduce the casualties. It's nothing. After hearing Wang Shu's inquiry, Rongbo's emotions calmed down slightly. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, perfunctorily brushing Wang Shu off. As far as I know, at this moment, Zhongyi said, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, bodiless celestials are restricted from entering any place that contains the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestia. You. Rongbo's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhongyi's words. He glared at Zhongyi, clearly annoyed that Zhongyi would reveal this. It should be noted that most people did not know about this. Only some of the powerful sects in the large mundane realms knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Bodiless celestials were restricted from entering any place that contained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Although Rongbo knew about this, he did not intend to reveal it. He did not expect Zhongyi to know about it as well. Moreover, Zhongyi had told him about it. He felt as though he had encountered a useless teammate. The inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? As soon as Zhongyi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, Wang Shi, and Liu Xia's eyes lit up. After all, the most valuable thing in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Zhongyi, is this true? Wang Shi took a deep breath and stared at Zhongyi. He wanted to confirm it with Zhongyi. This legend has been passed down for generations in the Celestial Masters sect. It should be true. Zhongyi looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, moreover, according to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he personally witnessed Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm entering a place where bodiless celestials are restricted. At that time, there were many bodiless celestials waiting outside. They wanted a share of the loot when Feng Qingyang and the others came out. However, after Feng Qingyang came out, a group of bodiless celestials were killed by Feng Qingyang. Even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Feng Qingyang after 10 moves. The words that the founder of our Celestial Masters sect passed down to our descendants also emphasized that it was fortunate that he did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Feng Qingyang's sword. According to him, Feng Qingyang is only an eminent celestial because Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestia. Zhongyi's words were reasonable and convincing. It was impossible not to believe him. After obtaining the legacy of a great overarching golden celestial, Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial, was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Wang Shi was dumbfounded, and so was Liu Xia. In the past, they had heard that a prodigious sword saint from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, had obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. However, they did not know that that prodigious sword saint had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. Now that Zhongyi had told them about this, they were, naturally, shocked. Rongbo, did you know that the place Wang Shi mentioned might be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance? After a while, Liu Xia seemed to have recalled something and looked at Rongbo with hostility. Swoosh. Upon hearing Liu Xia's words, Wang Shi turned around and looked at Rongbo with hostility. It's just a possibility. Rongbo said indifferently, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a place with a formation that repels bodiless celestials might not necessarily be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance. Naturally, I can't say anything before I confirm it. I think you just don't want to tell us, Liu Xia said angrily. Wang Shi's gaze turned even more hostile as he looked at Rongbo. At this moment, Zhongyi added, generally speaking, places with restrictions that repel bodiless celestials would definitely have clues about the legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial even if there's no legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. If we can obtain some clues, we'll be able to find the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. No matter what. Wang Shi, the place you and Liu Xia found is not an ordinary place. Zhongyi's words caused Rongbo to glare at him again. It was obvious Rongbo felt Zhongyi was talking too much. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. With my current strength, if I can obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it won't be a problem for me to surpass senior Feng Qingyang. Let's continue on our journey. Duan Lingtian urged Wang Shi as he looked at him. Right now, he couldn't wait any longer. About 2 hours later. We're here. Wang Shi's voice entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears, allowing them to realize they had arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian lowered his head to take a look, and he noticed that there was a lush green mountain range beneath his feet. He was currently in the air above a canyon. The canyon was not small, but it was very narrow. Moreover, it was shrouded in layers of gray mist, making it difficult for him to see what was inside. Not only can I not use my divine consciousness, but I can't even extend it. Chapter 2405. That's the valley. Wang Shi's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In fact, even if Wang Shi did not remind him, Duan Lingtian already knew that he was in the valley. The place Wang Shi was talking about was the valley beneath his feet. This was because there was a formation hidden in the valley that restricted his divine consciousness. He had already noticed this when he first arrived. With this formation, a bodiless celestial's soul won't be able to get close to it, let alone enter it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think to himself as he looked down at the gorge that was covered by the dusky mist beneath his feet. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the faint sound of wind whistling in the air. They immediately turned to look at the source of the sound. They turned to look and saw a figure flying in the air. In the distance, a figure could be seen flying across the sky. However, this person's target was not them. Moreover, he seemed to be in a hurry and did not notice them at all. Let's go in. 5 of us should be enough. At this moment, Wang Shi repeatedly urged Duan Lingtian and the others. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not want another person to take a share of the loot. Naturally, he did not want another person to share the spoils of war with him because Duan Lingtian was also an eminent celestial who had just joined them. In his opinion, 2 eminent celestials were more than enough to enter the place where bodiless celestials were restricted. All right. Duan Lingtian, Liu Xia, and Zhongyi nodded in unison after they understood Wang Shi's words. Their robes fluttered in the wind as they prepared to follow Wang Shi into the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Wait. However, just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to make their move, Rongbo did not move. Instead, he called out to them. Before Duan Lingtian and the others could react, a voice rang in the air. Feng Man. Rongbo raised his voice as he looked at the disappearing figure in the distance. Tchem. When Rongbo called out Feng Man's name, the figure in the distance suddenly came to a halt. Then, he looked in the direction where Duan Lingtian and the others were standing before he rushed over as quickly as he could. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Shi, Liu Xia, and Zhongyi's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, no matter how slow they were, they could not help but realize this person was a person. Rongbo knew this person. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. He was not affected by Rongbo's action of calling the passerby over. Rongbo, what are you doing here? At this moment, a passerby had also arrived near Duan Lingtian and the others. However, he did not look at Duan Lingtian and the others. Instead, he looked at Rongbo and asked in a familiar tone. They really know each other. When Wang Shi, Liu Xia, and Zhongyi heard Rongbo calling out Feng Man's name, they guessed Rongbo knew the person. However, when they saw the person greeting Rongbo so familiarly, their hearts trembled slightly. This was because they knew another person had come to share the loot with them. Moreover, this person was someone Rongbo knew. Feng Man, try to use your divine consciousness to explore the canyon below. Rongbo did not reply to the person directly. The person who came was a young man with a medium build and an average appearance. However, from his pair of eyes that constantly flickered, it could be seen that this person was not simple. He was not someone to be trifled with. When the young man named Feng Man heard Rongbo's words, he instinctively mobilized his divine consciousness to investigate the canyon beneath his feet. However, he soon discovered something was amiss. In the vicinity of this canyon, there was no way for him to release his divine sense. It was as if there was a strong resistance in the unseen world that prevented him from releasing his consciousness. At this moment, a thought appeared in Feng Man's mind. His eyes shone brightly as an excited expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he'd already realized exactly what was within this gorge that was enshrouded in mist and restricted divine sense. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, only places that contained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial or places that contained clues about the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial would have such a formation. The formation did not restrict one's divine consciousness, but it restricted one's soul. To be more precise, it restricted one's soul to bodiless celestials. In other words, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial in the beyond heaven secret zone. It seems like you've figured it out, Rongbo said indifferently. Haha. Feng Man laughed when he regained his senses. Rongbo, you're really lucky, aren't you? You've only been in the beyond heaven secret zone for half a year, and you've already found such a good place. If there's an inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial here, won't we be rich? What do you think? Am I a good friend? Rongbo said with a smile. Good. Good. Feng Man gave Rongbo a thumbs up before he said, no matter what, Rongbo, I owe you a favor for calling me over. If Rongbo had not called out to him earlier, he would have left long ago. They are, at this moment, Feng Man had also noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. He frowned as he looked at Rongbo and said, Rongbo, with our strength, we're more than capable of entering this treasure vault that restricts entry to bodiless celestials. There's no need to bring so many people with us, right? When Feng Man reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and the others. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian and the others would try to take a share of the loot from Duan Lingtian and the others. I agree. There's no need to bring so many people with us. As soon as Feng Man finished speaking, Rongbo looked at Duan Lingtian and the others curiously before he looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded in agreement. Rongbo. Wang Shi was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he heard Rongbo's words. What do you mean there's no need to bring so many people with us? Don't forget that if Liu Xia and I didn't find this place and bring you here, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. Now that we've arrived at this treasure vault that's suspected to contain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, you want to take it for yourself? Wang Shi's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger when he spoke. It was as though he could burn everything in his path. Whether it was Feng Man or Wang Shi, both of them called the canyon beneath their feet a treasure vault. After all, they knew there was either the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial or clues related to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Such a place was definitely worthy of being called a treasure trove. Although Liu Xia did not say anything, her eyes were filled with anger as well as she looked at Rongbo. If she had known this would happen, she would have asked Rongbo to leave their group. So you're the ones who discovered this treasure vault. Feng Man nodded when he heard Wang Shi's words. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Rongbo. Rongbo, how strong are the four of them? Can the two of us handle them? Based on Rongbo's reaction, he could tell Feng Man was not close to the four men. Among the four of them, one is an eminent celestial, two are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and one is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It won't be difficult for the two of us to deal with them, Rongbo replied through voice transmission. However, we can just kill the three men. As for the woman, we're not in a hurry to kill her. I want to kill her first before I kill her. When Rongbo reached the end of his voice transmission, he looked at Liu Xia with even more disdain. After all, ever since Duan Lingtian had joined their group, Rongbo did not dare to treat Liu Xia the way he did because he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, who was also an eminent celestial. Although he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian if Wang Shi, Liu Xia, and Zhongyi decided to help Duan Lingtian. Understood. Feng Man nodded when he heard Rongbo's voice transmission. When he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three men again, the killing intent in his eyes surged. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other three men felt a sense of danger. At this moment, Wang Shi, Liu Xia, and Zhongyi felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous snake. Chills ran down their spines. Rongbo, do you think you can handle the four of us just because you have a helper? Wang Shi said coldly as he narrowed his eyes at Rongbo. If it's just an ordinary helper, naturally, I don't think we can handle all of you. Rongbo smiled. Unfortunately, all of you are unlucky. There are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in Skyline Realm, including me. Coincidentally, Feng Man is one of them. The smile on Rong Bo's face widened when he finished speaking. As soon as Rong Bo finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Be it Wang Shu, Liu Xia, or Zhong Yi, all of their expressions changed at the same time. They did not expect Feng Man to be so strong. They did not expect Feng Man to be an eminent celestial as well. In fact, there were not more than 10 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realms they were from. However, not only did a passerby from the mundane realm that Rong Bo was from, but he was also an eminent celestial like Rong Bo. 2 eminent celestials, Wang Shu, Liu Xia, and Zhong Yi felt as though their hearts had sunk to the bottom. If the other party was only an eminent celestial and a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the 3 of them and Duan Lingtian might still be able to defeat him even if he had comprehended heaven and earth to the extreme and was about to face the celestial ascension tribulation. However, Chapter 2406. Now, I'll give all of you a chance. Just as Wang Shu, Liu Xia, and Zhong Yi's hearts sank to the bottom, Rong Bo looked at them and opened his mouth. As long as all of you kick Duan Lingtian out of this small group, I won't kill all of you. Don't worry. Even if all of you kick Duan Lingtian out of this small group, he won't be able to take revenge on all of you. This is because Feng Man and I will join forces to kill him. As he finished speaking, Rong Bo looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted an extremely cold light that was like a sword. Naturally, in his heart, he had already sentenced all 4 of them, including Duan Lingtian, to death. The reason he did this was because he wanted to let Duan Lingtian feel the feeling of being abandoned before he died. Even if Wang Shu and the other 2 asked Duan Lingtian to leave the small group, he did not intend to let them go. When Wang Shu and Liu Xia heard Rong Bo's words, they could not help but feel conflicted. Rong Bo's words were too harsh. However, when they thought about how Rong Bo would kill them if they did not kick Duan Lingtian out of the small group, they could not help but feel frightened. Everyone was afraid of death, and they were no exception. If they could avoid death, they would not choose to die. What nonsense! Unlike Wang Shu and Liu Xia who were conflicted, Zhong Yi calmly replied to Rong Bo's threat. In other words, he was implying that he would not allow Duan Lingtian to leave their group. When Rong Bo finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on Wang Shu, Liu Xia, and Zhong Yi. He saw Wang Shu and Liu Xia's hesitation and uncertainty. He saw Zhong Yi's determination in his eyes. When he saw Zhong Yi's reaction, he could not help but smile. Zhong Yi is a good person. He's worth befriending. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely acknowledged Zhong Yi as a person. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely help. However, Zhong Yi would never have thought that this would happen. Many years later, every time he thought of the decision he made at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky that he made this decision. It was precisely because of this decision that he would be able to shine brightly with Duan Lingtian's help in the future. In the past, although his talent was not bad, he was not considered the best in the Celestial Masters sect. Many good things did not come to him. You're courting death. Zhong Yi's decision infuriated Rong Bo. Rong Bo narrowed his eyes as killing intent flashed in his eyes. His celestial origin energy and saint origin energy surged out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Rong Bo was enveloped by a flame-like saint chi, causing his momentum to soar. His aura had also locked onto Zhong Yi in an instant. Die. Suddenly, Rong Bo let out a roar as his saint chi soared, causing his robes to bulge as if they were being blown by a gust of wind. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, accompanied by a series of thunder-like sounds of breaking the air and air exploding, Rong Bo's figure moved as if he had turned into a cannonball, shooting directly toward Zhong Yi. As soon as he made his move, he went for the kill. Whoosh. Zhong Yi didn't expect that Rong Bo would attack him directly, causing his expression to change slightly. Pushing his Saint Chi, Zhong Yi's figure flickered as he tried to avoid Zhong Yi's attack. However, the moment he moved, he realized that Zhong Yi was already right in front of him before he could even move his body. Am I going to die here today? At this moment, Zhong Yi was filled with despair. He thought he was going to die. However, even though he was in despair, he did not regret the decision he had made earlier, putting aside the fact that he already knew Rongbo would not let Duan Lingtian live regardless of whether he kicked him out of the group or not. Even if he did not see through Rongbo's intention, he was not the kind of person who would be forced by others to live. Just when Zhongyi thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. Immediately after, a hand grabbed his shoulder and lifted him into the air, making him feel as if he was riding on the clouds and riding on the mist. Duan Lingtian. He did not need to think to know who had saved him. When the person who lifted him into the air stopped, he saw Duan Lingtian standing beside him. Duan Lingtian, thank you. You angered Rongbo because of me. You don't have to thank me. Duan Lingtian smiled and shook his head in response to Zhongyi's gratitude. How is this possible? At this moment, Rongbo, who missed his target, looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. Your speed. How's it possible for you to be so fast? Although he did not use his movement martial tactic or divine ability earlier, Duan Lingtian was still fast. Even if he had used his movement martial tactic and divine ability, he still could not compare to Duan Lingtian's speed. You're really fast. Unknowingly, Feng Man had arrived beside Rongbo and was looking at Duan Lingtian from afar. Your speed is almost as fast as my full speed. However, you'll definitely die if Rongbo and I join forces today. Feng Man's eyes were filled with killing intent when he spoke. I almost forgot, Feng Man, you're good at speed. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's speed, Rongbo knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Lingtian. Although he was also an eminent celestial like Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than his. Even if he could not defeat him, he would still be able to escape. It was precisely because of this that his expression was so unsightly earlier. However, when he heard Feng Man's words, he remembered he had a helper. Moreover, this helper was an eminent celestial who was good at speed. Duan Lingtian, so what if you've saved him? Rongbo looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. You can't even protect yourself now, and yet, you still have the time to care about other people's lives. Won't he still die after you die? In my opinion, you're just wasting your time. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard Rongbo's mocking words. It was as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. The smile on Rongbo's face froze when he saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression. Rongbo was thoroughly enraged. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Man. Both of us will join forces and kill him. As long as we kill him, the treasure vault that contains the inheritance or clues of a great overarching golden celestial will belong to the two of us. As soon as Rongbo finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged again. His strength as an eminent celestial was completely revealed. All right. Feng Man's emotions surged when he heard Rongbo's words. He moved his hands, and a majestic energy coiled around his body like dragons, making him look like a god of war. Humph. Faced with Rongbo and Feng Man who were glaring at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian snorted. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword looked sparkling and translucent, as if it was a puddle of spring water. You're using a weapon? Don't you know that at our level of cultivation, weapons from the mundane realms are no longer of any help to us? Rongbo could not help but laugh when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out a sword. To a bodiless celestial, weapons from the mundane realm were a burden. For eminent celestials, weapons from the mundane realms might not be a burden, but they were still dispensable. For this reason, Rongbo laughed disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out a sword. How do you know? Duan Lingtian said indifferently as soon as Rongbo finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 meridians. The saint origin energy that was mixed with celestial origin energy surged into Duan Lingtian's right hand that was holding the sword before it surged into the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. My sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duan Lingtian asked again as his saint origin energy surged into the sword in his hand. As Duan Lingtian's words soared up from the sword in his hand, a light that was like a scorching sun appeared. At the same time, It stung Rongbo and Fengman's eyes as it continuously reverberated in their ears. How do you know my sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duan Lingtian's words rang in Rongbo and Fengman's ears. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that shone brightly like the sun emitted a pitilessly fierce aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. As soon as Rongbo and Fengman sensed this aura, their expressions change. A celestial supreme treasure? In the next moment, the two of them cried out in unison as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, they finally regained their senses. The aura emanating from Duan Lingtian's sword was no longer the aura of a weapon from the mundane realm. This was because they sensed danger from the sword. It was impossible for a weapon from the mundane realm to possess such an aura. In that case, there was only one possibility. Duan Lingtian's sword was not a weapon from the mundane realm. It was a weapon from the Devata realms. Weapons from the Devata realms were also known as celestial supreme treasures. A celestial supreme treasure? Rongbo's and Fengman's exclamations stunned Zhongyi, Wang Shuo, and Liu Xia for a moment. Duan Lingtian, who had kept a low profile throughout their journey, actually possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Run. Chapter 2407. As eminent celestials, Rongbo and Fengman knew the strength of eminent celestials very well. If they joined forces, they would be able to defeat an eminent celestial under normal circumstances. The reason it was said to be under normal circumstances was due to unusual circumstances. If he encountered an eminent celestial who had mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm or possessed a weapon from a Devata realm that was superior to a Devata realm's divine ability or weapon from a Devata realm. A celestial supreme treasure. However, their opponent, an eminent celestial, happened to possess a celestial supreme treasure. Under such circumstances, even if there were two more eminent celestials, they would not be able to defeat their opponent, let alone the two of them. If an eminent celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure, his attack would be comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. If it was a high-grade celestial supreme treasure, his attack might even be stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Run. For this reason, when Rongbo and Fengman realized the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that looked like a pool of spring water was a celestial supreme treasure, they no longer had any intention of killing Duan Lingtian. Boom. Boom. Almost as soon as Rongbo and Fengman thought of running away, their celestial origin energy and saint origin energy soared like two clouds, causing the void to tremble. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the next moment, Rongbo and Fengman moved and fled in two different directions at an extremely fast speed. Trying to escape. When he saw Rongbo and Fengman fleeing, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a mocking smile that was neither fast nor slow. In the next moment, he let go of the celestial sword in his hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. The brief whistling of the sword resounded, and it was like the sound of death when it entered the ears of everyone present. When Rongbo and Fengman made their escape, Duan Lingtian cast the technique, the sword-wielding art, that was given to him by the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Although Duan Lingtian did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase the strength in his body, it was still not enough. Even so, with his strength as an eminent celestial, the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and the celestial sword in his hand, he could easily unleash an attack that was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the air like a meteorite from outer space, and also like a flying immortal from outer space. The moment the sword was drawn, the entire world seemed to be overshadowed by it. It was as if the focus of the entire world was gathered on this sword. No! A mournful cry of despair rang out. It was Rongbo who heard the sound of a sword whistling behind him. He sensed danger and could not help but cry out. And this cry was destined to be the last sound he left in this world, Poochie. This was because in the next moment, the sword that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky had already pierced through the back of his head and came out from between his eyebrows. It instantly crushed his soul, making it impossible for him to survive. Whoosh! After the immortal sword that tore through the sky as if it was assisted by the gods killed Rongbo, it continued to charge towards Fengman at lightning speed. Run! Run! This was the only thought left in Fengman's mind. Rongbo! However, when he heard Rongbo's scream that stopped abruptly, his face turned pale again. He faintly realized that Rongbo had most likely died. Damn it! Damn Rongbo! If you didn't call me, I wouldn't have come. Legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. If I knew there was such a malefic existence, I wouldn't have cared about it. At the same time, Fengman began to curse Rongbo's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, and put all the blame on Rongbo. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten. In the beginning, he had wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and the others so that he and Rongbo could monopolize the inheritance or clues left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. No. When Fengman sensed the terrifying sword chi behind him, his hair stood on end. A look of despair appeared on his face. He could not help but cry out in unwillingness. Spurt. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not escape death. In just a blink of an eye, Fengman followed in Rongbo's footsteps. 2 eminent celestials were killed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian killing them was as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass. Swoosh. When the scythe-like celestial sword returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, Zhong Yi, Wang Shi, and Liu Xia finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It did not cross their minds at all. They did not expect this purple-clad young man who had kept a low profile and was approachable to possess such terrifying strength. He had killed 2 eminent celestials in just a blink of an eye. The eminent celestials who could enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone were all below the age of 100. Even in the large mundane realms, they were considered peerless geniuses. However, Duan Lingtian had killed 2 eminent celestials in just one go. Rongbo said that there are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realm, the Skyline realm. However, Duan Lingtian managed to kill 2 eminent celestials who were younger than 100 years old with just a swing of his sword. Zhong Yi was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, he's actually so strong. Liu Xia was shocked when she saw Duan Lingtian's strength. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression on her face, she could clearly sense the aura emanating from Duan Lingtian. This aura was not only directed at her, but it was directed at Wang Shi as well. At this moment, Wang Shi could also sense Duan Lingtian's aura. He could not help but smile wryly. It seems like our hesitation has widened the gap between us and him. Wang Shi was filled with regret. However, he knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world. I can only hope that Duan Lingtian will allow Liu Xia and me to enter the treasure vault that contains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Wang Shi was slightly anxious. He was not worried Duan Lingtian would kill them to prevent them from getting a share of the loot. Throughout their journey, he could tell what kind of person Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian was the kind of person who would not attack unless he was attacked. Unless Wang Shi and Liu Xia wanted to harm him, Duan Lingtian would not attack them. However, Wang Shi was not certain. He wondered if Duan Lingtian was still willing to enter the treasure vault with them. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. At this moment, Liu Xia apologized to Duan Lingtian with an embarrassed expression on her face. Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. When Wang Shi saw Liu Xia apologizing to Duan Lingtian, he quickly followed suit and apologized as well. He only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be magnanimous and continue to explore the treasure vault with them. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize to me. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Liu Xia and Wang Shi's apologies. He smiled faintly and said, also, you don't have to worry. I'll still enter the treasure vault with you. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at the misty valley beneath his feet. After all, if you didn't discover this place, I wouldn't have come here. I owe you a favor. Therefore, I'll do my best to help you once we enter the treasure vault. Duan Lingtian added. Wang Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As a woman, Liu Xia could sense the distance between them from Duan Lingtian's words. Of course, she also knew that this was normal. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was being very kind by doing this for them. She and Wang Shi did not expect Duan Lingtian to treat them the way he treated Zhongyi. Duan Lingtian. A hint of admiration could be seen in Zhongyi's eyes when he saw how kind Duan Lingtian was. However, he soon recalled something, and his expression turned solemn. I don't know about Fengman, but Rongbo is an outstanding disciple from a powerful sect in the Skyline realm. Now that you've killed him, I'm afraid the powerhouses in his sect already know about it. In fact, the mirror image of you killing him has most likely appeared in front of the powerhouses in his sect. A hint of worry could be seen in Zhongyi's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. The Saint Province realm was not the only small mundane realm that possessed something similar to the minor major mirror image talisman. In fact, in the large mundane realm where Zhongyi and the others were from, there were a few things similar to the minor major mirror image talisman. Some of the talismans could even be fused with one's body, making it impossible for others to detect or seize them. It's fine. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhongyi and shook his head with a smile. They don't know me anyway. So what if they know I killed Rongbo? Do you think they'll be able to find me in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? I'm afraid they'll find out about your origin through the people from the same mundane realm as you. Then, they'll enter your mundane realm to seek revenge. Zhongyi said with a hint of fear in his voice. Zhongyi said with a fearful expression, some people are capable of doing anything. Moreover, according to what Rongbo said earlier, he seems to be the nephew of the sect leader of the sect he belongs to. Chapter 2408. You don't have to worry about that. Upon hearing Zhongyi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In the mundane realm where I'm from, only a few of my fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, you don't have to worry about them guiding Rongbo's people to seek revenge on me. This time, only a few people from the Seven Absolute sect had managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm. Even if news of him killing Rongbo spread, the sect behind Rongbo might not be able to find him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, let alone learn about the location of the Saint Province realm through a member of the Seven Absolute sect. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Zhongyi shocked, but even Wang Shi and Liu Xia were shocked as well. According to Duan Lingtian's words were true. In the mundane realm where he was from, only a few of his fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian, don't tell me the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm was the last one to appear and be used. Zhongyi asked in surprise. I don't know if the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from my Saint Province realm was the last one to appear and be used. However, after the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was used, I managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone through the entrance that appeared. Duan Lingtian's attitude was completely different when he spoke to Zhongyi. He did not hide anything from Zhongyi. Although Wang Shi and Liu Xia were envious of Zhongyi, they knew it was useless for them to be envious of Zhongyi. After all, Zhongyi had stood up for Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was in danger. That's right. Zhongyi nodded. Before the last key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone appears and is used, even if the other 4 keys are used, only a sealed entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone will appear. Only when the last key appears will the seals on the entrances that appear after the other 4 keys are used be removed. Zhongyi nodded. I see. After hearing Zhongyi's words, Duan Lingtian's confusion was immediately resolved. As it turned out, he was still wondering why he was able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone as soon as he used the key. Could it be that the people from the other 4 mundane realms also used the keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone at the same time? Now, it seemed that the people from the other 4 mundane planes had already used the keys. It was just that before the last key was used, the entrance that they opened was temporarily sealed. No wonder so many people came from the other mundane realms. As it turns out, the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone have already appeared. Under such circumstances, as time goes by, more and more people will find out about the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. 1 person will spread to 10, 10 will spread to 100, and 100 will spread to 1,000. As for keeping secrets, they were nothing in the face of the river of time. For example, if someone discovered the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone or obtained the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it would be impossible for them to escape. If the seal had not disappeared when they were about to ascend to a transcendent realm, they would have told their descendants about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, it was best to keep the goodies within the family. As time went by, keeping secrets would become a joke in the face of the river of time. In fact, it was exactly as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Currently, the mundane realm with the most people entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone was the mundane realm where the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was first used. As time went by, more and more people from the mundane realm learned about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, as soon as they heard that the seal on the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone had disappeared, they immediately rushed to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. "Let's go in," Duan Lingtian said to Zhongyi as he looked at the valley shrouded in fog beneath his feet. As for Wang Shi and Liu Xia, he did not look at them at all. "All right." Zhongyi nodded. He looked at Wang Shi and Liu Xia before he called out to them, "Wang Shi, Liu Xia, let's go together." Wang Shi and Liu Xia were feeling awkward because Duan Lingtian did not invite them. When they heard Zhongyi's words, they looked at Zhongyi gratefully before they followed Duan Lingtian and descended from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the four figures disappeared into the valley shrouded in fog. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others were entering the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, an old man who was traveling in the desert suddenly had a horrified expression on his face. Whoosh! The old man hastily stopped in his tracks and took out a few fragments from his bosom. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the fragments were a soul pearl. "This is Rongbo's soul pearl?" The old man's expression changed drastically. "Who is it? Who dares to kill the most outstanding young disciple in Li Yang sect?" This old man was a bodiless celestial from the Skyline realm where Rongbo was from. Apart from that, he was also a bodiless celestial from Li Yang sect. Although he and Rongbo were not related by blood, he was still a bodiless celestial. However, as a bodiless celestial of the Li Yang sect and an old ancestor of the Li Yang sect, he could not help but feel enraged when he learned that the most outstanding disciple of the Li Yang sect had been killed. After all, it was rare for a disciple as outstanding as Rongbo to appear in Li Yang sect. However, Rongbo had been killed. At the same time, several people in other places in the Beyond Heaven secret zone discovered Rongbo's soul pearl had shattered. Among these people, there were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. However, all of them were bodiless celestials from Li Yang sect in Skyline realm. "It's this purple-clad young man." At the same time, the strongest bodiless celestial from Li Yang sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone saw a mirror image that was constantly changing. It was the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Rongbo. At this moment, the strongest bodiless celestial from the Li Yang sect deeply imprinted Duan Lingtian's face in his mind. A group of loose immortals from the Li Yang sect in the Skyline realm were enraged by Rongbo's death. They swore to find the person who killed Rongbo Fengman was killed. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a group of bodiless celestials from the Skyline realm, or to be more precise, a group of bodiless celestials from another large sect in the Skyline realm, discovered that Fengman's soul pearl had shattered. Similar to Rongbo, all the bodiless celestials from Fengman's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone possessed Fengman's soul pearl. However, the strongest bodiless celestial from Fengman's sect was the only one who was able to see Fengman's death through the mirror image. "I don't care who you are. How dare you kill a peerless genius from my sect? You'll definitely die." When the strongest bodiless celestial from Fengman's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone looked at the purple-clad young man in the mirror image, he let out a cold cry that seemed to come from the depths of hell. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the bodiless celestial from Li Yang sect had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The strongest bodiless celestials from the two sects in Skyline realm who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone were watching him. Naturally, not to mention Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if Duan Lingtian knew, he would not care. It was just as he had said to Zhongyi earlier. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was so big that the people behind Rongbo and Fengman might not be able to find him. Moreover, even if the people behind Rongbo and Fengman knew he was from the Saint Province realm, they would not be able to find the entrance to the Saint Province realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian encountered the people behind Rongbo and Fengman, would he be afraid of them? After all, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had the celestial sword in his hand. Moreover, this was only his current strength. Who dared to say that his strength would not improve further in the following period of time? Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Swoosh! A beautiful figure flew out from the desolate mountain. The moment she appeared, she seemed to cause everything around her to lose its splendor. The owner of this beautiful figure was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Although she looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, her aura was otherworldly, as though she was a celestial who had descended from the heavens. The woman had long black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face was so perfect that one would not be able to look away. Her figure was graceful and perfect, and each of her movements gave people an extreme sense of beauty. What a beautiful woman! Whether it's her appearance, her figure, or her movements, they're all flawless. I wonder if she's from the Yang Huang realm? Not far away, there were 2 young men staring blankly at the woman flying through the air. After a short while, their eyes shone with a bright light again. It was a desire to possess her. Swoosh! Swoosh! A moment later, the 2 of them flew forward and blocked the woman's path. The woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone after Duan Lingtian. Kerr had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year. During this time, she had been searching everywhere for her husband, Duan Lingtian, and the members of the 7 Absolute sect. However, her search was to no avail. Chem. Seeing 2 young men suddenly appearing in her path and blocking her way, even Ku-er, who was known for her good temper, could not help but frown. She appeared to be a little impatient. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.